Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1. Die.
Vote 14 months in Cyanthene.
Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Girder.
Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts. And we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained. Together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Trudune.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here today. Happy Tuesday to you, and my apologies again for being late today. Tuesdays, I've got a tight schedule because I'm often in Berkeley at the Museum of Paleontology, attending the talks by visiting researchers, and so it starts at 11 o'clock. It's done by noon, and I have to try and race all the way home by 1 p.m., and it usually just doesn't work out, especially if my bus is late, or my train is late, or both. So anyway, here we are, though. This is going to be a fun stream. Today's is going to be kind of a loosey-goosey one, I think. Our topic, like it always is, our kind of overarching topic until Thanksgiving Day is going to be the dinosaur-bird connection. How one lineage of dinosaurs survived the extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous. You know them today as birds. We're talking all about that for the month of November, before Turkey Day comes up. But yesterday we had a bunch of new people with all kinds of interesting questions, and I hope we get the same thing today. We're gonna try and be a little bit more Q&A oriented today, if that's okay with everybody. But anyway, I'm glad you're here. And if it's your very first time, let me give you an extra special welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, extinction, evolution, the origins of biodiversity, and what it all means, you know? So if you've got any questions at all, I'm here to try and answer them for you. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are my wheelhouse. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, and what I dig up during the summers. Did I mention that? Oh, hello, Mini Pie. I'm out digging up fossils during the summer in places like eastern Wyoming and, western Wyoming and eastern Utah. But, yeah. Here, watch out, Mini Pie. Hey, hot. There's the button. Goodness. But, yeah, you can check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of those VODs. And this next summer, we're looking forward to a lot more field work. Hopefully. Inshallah.
And Penderax Sturg, how are you doing? Hello. SW Scott, welcome. Tapir says it's paleontology. Hello, Claire Burr. I hope you're doing well. Excellent.
I hope you're doing doing well today as well, Claire.
Glad you're here, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome
right
back
now.
to Utah, to the beautiful, dry, and hot eastern Utah desert near the town of Moab.
Words. I know, right, Disco Fountain?
Earliest Cretaceous period. The Cedar Mountain Formation, the very beginning of the third period in the age of the dinosaurs.
The Cretaceous.
We're digging in it right now, here in the quarry. And we've got what we think is a brand new species of iguanodont dinosaur. So we're pretty excited about that.
Not just a new species, but a new genus, too. Here. Karen Poole, who is our resident iguanodont expert, she was in the field with us. She presented on this critter at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. So, pretty exciting stuff. There we go. There's Karen right there, presenting on this work, and there's me in one of her slides. There's her signature iguanodont mittens that she knit. Gloves? Mittens? Anyway, it was Halloween, so this was her costume. A little bit understated, but perfect for an iguanodont researcher. It's got those thumb spikes. So anyway, we're pretty excited about that. We have a brand new dinosaur to announce in a couple years. But there's a lot of work still yet to be done, and we've got a lot more bones to dig up as well this next summer. Holy cow, do we have a lot more bones to dig up. We found a bunch more on the last day. It was really something. And hello, Sweetie
It's
Pie.
exciting stuff.
Shoot, we've got 2 cats on the desk right now. My. Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie. Hello, hello. There's Sweetie. And there's Minnie right there. Good stuff. How are both of you doing? My goodness. 2 cats at once. 2 cats at once. How did I get so popular? My goodness. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, I hope you're having a good day. And Mini Pie, I hope you're having a good day. They missed me today. Because I was gone for the whole morning. Going up to Berkeley to go talk science and stuff. Yeah. And Golganik says, I wonder if Dr. Poole has a pattern for the iguanodont gloves. That's a good question, Golganek. You could find her email and reach out to her. She'd probably be tickled that you did. Yeah, I don't know. You could check. Yeah, but I think we need some. Cat treats right now, don't we? I hope the weekend science talks went well. Oh, those weren't this weekend. I've got some stuff coming up in December, hopefully, Casey. We'll see. But yeah. Anyway, let's get some treats for these cats. Huh? Would you like that? Would you appreciate that? I think we can make that happen. Oh, yeah, there we go. What's in there? Yeah, that's pungent. Yeah. Some for Minnie. Some for Sweetie. There you go. Hey, those are for... Hey, these are for you right here, Minnie Pie. Hey, these are for you. Don't you be trying to bully Sweetie Pie away from her treats. Can't have that happen. Anyway, it's so good to have everybody here. It's funny, as soon as I start streaming nowadays, it's just Cat Central. Right off the bat, you know? But I hope everybody's doing well. We've got some fossil news to cover. We've got apparently a new Pachypleurosaur from the Triassic to talk about, a new pterosaur, new flying reptile as well. And then whatever questions you good folks might happen to have too. And thank you, Confused Echidna. It's lovely to see you too. And my landlord's here, also pleased to see you. Where are you going, Minnie? Look, you got another one right here. Hey. Yeah, there you go. You're not gonna eat it? Is that too tricky to get to? That's one of the dental treats. You're supposed to eat those ones. You're supposed to eat them. Minnie's like, I want what Sweetie's eating. You're eating the same thing. They're the same treats. Oh, Minnie Pie. Okay, you can have this one, Sweetie Pie. Because Minnie didn't want it. Anywho. The Confused Echidna says, if only we could all pay our landlord some chewy, delicious treats. You just need to get some better landlords, I think. Kidding. No, I'm kidding. I do also pay actual rent in money to human landlords as well. But, yeah. Well, not really landlords, housemates. But I contribute financially to the household. I pay my fair share. You know... Just have the cats I need to appease as well. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Did you enjoy? Is that some good stuff? Yeah? What do you think? Okay. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, sweetie pie and mini pie. What was I saying? The last day that we were out in the field this summer, we had this. Alright, now we're cooking with fusion. A bunch more iguanodont bones that we had to leave until this next year. So hopefully we can go back and dig them up this year.
Just keep an eye on this, make sure it doesn't fall off. It's trying to glue. I have a rock under to keep it stable, but yeah.
Should I not work that area then?
I would give it, however long it takes the glue to dry before you touch it.
Here we go.
Anywho, take a look at that. So this is what we've been working on. This is the trench that I've been digging. This looks
there we go.
all the world to me like the proximal end of a femur, so a big thigh bone. This is the part that fits into the hip socket right there. See how round it is? And then that's plunging in that direction. We've got another little bone. Well, not little. Not
little compared to a
bone.
femur.
Quite as big on top of it. This might be a fibula. Yeah. Or do you think it could be ischium?
Yeah, one or the other, I think.
Looks limmy to me, but
I think fibula.
Well, Karen will be back next year to dig with you all. We'll see, Casey. We'll see. I hope so.
Also a little fat to be an ischium, I think.
Yeah.
Although she might be, writing this thing up.
And we've got another femur right
Might be
here.
working to
That's
get
the
this
one that we were
critter
talking about
published.
Yesterday.
We'll
And
see.
we thought, oh yeah, we'll just get that out this afternoon. Today, our last full day of digging in the quarry, and then we started finding.
There you go,
more
barnacle
and more
bomb,
and
yeah.
more. And now this is going to turn into an enormous jacket right here. We might be working here until late into the night. We'll have to see. It's our last day of digging. But yeah, shoot. It's how fieldwork goes sometimes.
Yep. So we didn't actually end up digging the remainder of this. We just reburied it very carefully so we can go back and get it next summer. Because holy cow, that was going to be a ton of work. And we would have been up. It would have been an absolute all-nighter. And then, yeah, it would not have gone well.
And we got this little guy over here too, which could be... It almost reminds me of phalanx.
Nomad Soul says, looks like patience is needed to dig that? Absolutely, yeah. Tremendous amount of patience.
Centrum right there.
It's slow, meticulous work.
But,
you know?
Yeah. There we go.
And Ms. Yvette says, is it snowing there now? I'm not sure. I kind of doubt it's snowing. We can look at the weather for Moab, Utah. It is definitely not snowing. 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I don't think they're expecting any snow. No, there might be some rain Monday and Tuesday, but not cold enough for snow there. It doesn't snow in that part of Utah as often as it snows in more northerly parts of Utah. Like, only if it's already snowing in Salt Lake could we expect snow in an area like Moab, I think. It's further south, it's generally warmer. And the whole eastern front of the Rocky Mountains, that whole region has been seeing far less and less snow over the past decade than, in the rest of recorded weather data over the last couple centuries. It's drying out. As the climate changes, the area is getting warmer, and there's less and less snow. Yeah. Anywho. And Quake Cat says, Moab doesn't really get a ton of snow. Maybe in the mountains. There you go. Exactly. Quake Cat. Utah native there. Yes, indeed. And hello to you too, Quake Cat. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. And Off Trackery says, so what was it that made that the last day? Do you have a permit that ran out or something? No, we ran out of money, and we had volunteers who had to leave. So we have like a set schedule, basically. It's slightly flexible, like if we absolutely needed to stay another week, we probably could find the money in order to do that. Most everybody would still have to go back, to their regular jobs and everything. But I could have stayed out for another week, potentially, if we really needed to. But Jim and Dawn, who are the state paleontologist and assistant state paleontologist, respectively, for the state of Utah, they've got other duties they need to attend to for, like, their normal desk jobs back in Salt Lake. And then we've got volunteers who fly in from around the country, and they've got to go back to school, or they've got to go back to work. Yeah. Packbacker, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the support. I didn't have to go back to a regular job because this is, believe it or not, my regular job. This is how I make my living, streaming here on Twitch full-time. So this is how I fund my research and my fieldwork, and this is how I do outreach at the same time. I'm getting 3 birds stoned at once, so to speak. So, thank you for helping make that possible, Packbacker. Appreciate your support. I really do. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. And let's see. Tracks of creatures before the dinosaurs. Quake Cat. Yeah. Was that in Petrified Forest, I think? We've got some new fossil footprints. And Golganek, thank you for gifting Confused Echidna. I appreciate that. Thank you, Golganek. Our gift sub alerts are also not working for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. Stream Elements has been real buggy lately. Here, let's take a look at this. Variation settings. Let's try one gift. Let's emulate that.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. That's bizarre. We'll try, let's see. Community gift. There we go. Yeah. And wait, we have a... All of a sudden, has just gifted us 5 gift subs, legitimately.
With 10 gift subs.
Thank you, all of a sudden. There we go. I really appreciate that. I saw that show up in my activity feed. I'm like, let me stop messing around over here. Let's just let this play out. Thank you, all of a sudden. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. There's 5 very lucky chatters who are, I'm sure, very grateful for your generosity there all of a sudden. Thanks for letting them get an ad-free viewing experience for the next month. Appreciate it. And Echidna says, I told a friend about the stream. I know they're interested in science and history. They said they'd check it out. Awesome. Very cool. I appreciate that. You know, what I'm going to try and do right here, actually, I'm going to see if I can take a screenshot of what's going on right here, and then, well, if anybody would like to say hello to the good folks on Blue Sky, type your message into the chat right now, and we'll take a screenshot here real quick, and then I'll post a message to Blue Sky. I gotta remember to do this more regularly.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well, Axeman.
It's a highlight of my day.
I appreciate that, Axeman. Holy cow. Thank you.
Beginning of
15 months.
Dinosaurs life.
Spectacular. And Fart Ketchum. Thank you for the prime. Really appreciate that. Fart. Thank you for that. What a beautiful name you have. Appreciate you, and I appreciate your support. Holy cow.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like,
well.
we now need to know how they lived.
Mommy Does, thank you so much for the 31 months, now at tier 2. Really appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, QuizTech, for the 200 bits. Brilliant. That is excellent, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm gonna try and take a screenshot here, and then we'll post that up to Blue Sky. So let's see, how do I do this? Is it just control print screen? Let's see if that worked. Open up Photoshop, and we'll paste it in there. Let's see. I also got to remember to change that little icon right there, because I'm not really on Twitter anymore after that whole thing just turned into a giant dumpster fire. I got to change that to the Blue Sky butterfly emblem. So we'll do that one of these days. There we go. Okay. I don't know if I like that screenshots. We're going to try a different one. Okay. Let's try just a nice smile. I got to learn how to smile nicely in photographs. I'm not very good at it. But I got all these emotes flying across my face. Let's try that. Alright, that's a little goofy too. Why am I so bad at this? Alright. Let's try again. Alright. No. Alright. Another try. That's better. But I feel like we can do even better than that.
Trajune.
Alright. Ready?
Trajune.
I don't know. Think the last one was better? I agree, Dinosaur Dave. Let's delete that layer. Let's just try like that. There we go. We have a winner. Oh. Uh-oh, what did I do? Okay. That was a hotkey for something. I don't know what. It just blurred everything up. But, yeah, let's grab that. Go. And let's crop it down. There we go. Yeah, that's not too shabby. We will go ahead and save that to the desktop. And let's throw that up on Blue Sky, shall we? New posts. Here we go. Chatting about fossil science news. new Pachypleurosaur. Right now on Twitch. Come join us for paleontological discussion and natural history, camaraderie, all in the name of Psycom. Twitch.tv/paleontologizing. And alt text. There we go. I've got to click the alt. Okay. During today's paleontologizing live stream. Save. And there we go.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. There we go. Oh goodness. There we go. Excellent. It's been kind of amazing to see the growth of Blue Sky over the past week. This is a thing that I joined when it was invite only. Not this past summer, but the summer before, summer of 2023. And over the past week, as Twitter continues to just rapidly decompose, it's like the thing is just crashing and burning. There's so many paleontologists who have showed up on Blue Sky recently. And the cool thing about this is that you can follow a bunch of people just like with a single click. So they have this thing called starter packs, where they make it easier to like fill your feed up with stuff that you're interested in. And so in this case, there's the Vertebrate Paleontologists starter pack here. And so what you do is you just click this, and then you can do follow all, just like that. So David Levering, he's a colleague from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. We actually need to bring him on for an interview at some point, because he's got some really, really cool perspectives that I think are definitely worth sharing on here. Bobby Bosenecker, Whaleontologist. Sarah Bosenecker. Thank you. Kit Key Powley for the follow. Welcome. Natalia Jaglieska, Scott Williams of Museum of the Rockies, John Hutchinson, Kirsten Formoso, Ash Poust, a bunch of people on here. And I think I already follow there's maybe a couple people on here I don't. Yeah. Oh, Amy Atwater? I follow her. There's a few new people on here. But, there's me right there. Yeah. So anyway, if you like the idea of being on a social media platform that's actually interesting and positive and won't drive you to tear your hair out of your head, I'd recommend Blue Sky. It's been pretty awesome so far, and yeah, and you can help. Well, you can stay up to date with some of the stuff that I'm doing on there as well. So I'd recommend joining. It's a good time. I think you'll like Blue Sky a lot. And Linneaus' Blue Sky is really great. It's got old school Twitter vibes. It does. I like it a lot. It doesn't quite have the same, like, snarky edge that Twitter used to have necessarily, but maybe I'm just not following the right people. It's very earnest. It's very positive. It's very... very genuine, you know? There's not the kind of irony on there that you see in a lot of other places. That kind of irony that can be really performative and really exhausting. It's just people sharing cool stuff and... yeah. So if that sounds good to you, I'd recommend it. Wholesome and encouraging by the sound of it. Great words, Barnacle Bum. Yes. Agreed. But yeah. Anywho. Squiggles says, it's so fun and awesome. I just got in and I'm excited for how positive and intelligent the posts all are. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And there's a big community of scientists on there. It's excellent. I like Blue Sky a lot. Anyway, here's a link to that post. Right there. If you want to like it, I don't know. I've realized that some other people who are on Twitch who've got big audiences, they will announce when they go live on Twitter, and some of them now on Blue Sky, and I figured maybe that's a good habit to get into. So, yeah. Anywho. And Osmodio says, 3D printing question. What printer would you recommend for a complete newbie? Ooh, Osmodeus, I think it kind of depends on what you want to do with it. I have got a Prusa i3 Mark III S. It's going right now. I got this thing back in 2019. And I've got, I don't know, I should look at the stats on it, but I've probably got a few tens of thousands of print hours on it so far. I've done some pretty cool stuff. Almost everything that you see in the background on any given day, like Plateosaurus, Maiasaura, Saugon right here, all 3D printed. I've done some really cool stuff with that printer over the years. It's an absolute workhorse. I would recommend it, although it's... I've only ever used one kind of 3D printer, and this is it, and I'd highly recommend it. Some people recommend Prusas for beginners. I know a lot of other people, for their first 3D printer, they get the Ender 3. I've heard good things about that as well. I think Delta Range has got that one, and she likes it a lot. We were talking about that recently. But yeah, I don't know. Consider the Prusa, I guess. That's the best I can do. This being the only 3D printer I've ever owned or ever really used extensively. I like it a lot. It's been fairly solid. Any 3D printer is going to require a little bit of tweaking, and, you know, it's not necessarily like a consumer electronic in the way that, like, you just plug in a TV and it's supposed to work. This might require some troubleshooting. It might require fixing a few things every now and again. Replacing parts. I've had to do a fair bit of that on this guy, because I use it so much, and I've had it for a number of years. But, yeah. I really like the Prusa. It's good stuff. Anywho, and you don't see the post? Let me repost it here. It should work. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. And post not found. That's interesting. Blue Sky is growing at such a fast clip right now that I wouldn't be surprised if they're having a few server difficulties. They've added several million new people, I think, every day for the past week. So it's growing remarkably fast. Anyhow. I like this from Kirsten. That's excellent. Anyway, it was cool meeting Kirsten at SVP this year. She also streams on Twitch every once in a while, and we should do a collaboration at some point. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, I don't know. That link works for me there, Dinosaur Dave. Maybe it'll take a little while to show up or something. But it's here for me. Anywho. Good stuff. Could be some lag. I bet you that's what it is, Casey. I bet you that's what it is. Knocked up an edit for your logo. Claire Burr, you didn't have to do that. What is this? That is excellent, Claire. This will be, I think, slightly too low res for me to use on here, but that's exactly the look that I'm going for. Thank you, Claire. I really appreciate that. I couldn't just port it over because it would look a little grainy. But I've got the original files on my machine, the original like Photoshop file, so I should just be able to swap out the bird for a Lepidopter in there. We should be all good. Yeah. But appreciate you, Claire. Thank you, thank you. Anywho, we've got some fossil news to go over. So why don't we go ahead and get into that, shall we? Some brand new discoveries with press releases now. So without further ado, let's bring on the fossil news. All right, our first piece of fossil news for today. New species of Triassic marine reptile discovered. Paleontologists have described a new species of Pachypleurosaur from the Middle Triassic of southwestern China. These are really cool critters, Pachypleurosaurs. I don't know if they're thought to be related to nothosaurs nowadays, but during the Triassic period, you get all kinds of weirdo reptiles doing their thing. Like Pachypleurosaurus. It's not a lizard, even if it looks kind of lizardy. These guys actually evolved before the first lizards, as I understand it. But they're well known for just being absolutely beautiful in fossilized form like this, especially if they're coming out of China. You just get this exquisite preservation. It's really impressive. And now we've got a brand new one. Dionmasaurus mutaensis lived in what is now China during the Anisian stage of the Middle Triassic epoch, around 245 million years ago. So, the Anisian stage, let's switch to linear time here on our time chart. So there's the age of dinosaurs, the Mesozoic era, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, and you have the extinction that happens at the end of the Cretaceous. The age of mammals, the Cenozoic starts. Here we are today, in the Quaternary period. But the Middle Triassic, the Anisian stage, what's kind of funny is the Middle Triassic, it was named such before we really recognized what the proportions are for these. So the Upper Triassic is the majority of the Triassic period. And then you have the middle toward the bottom, and you have the lower way down at the very bottom. It's kind of funny how that works. But yeah. So the Anisian stage. This is just after... This is about 8 million years after this huge extinction event. The biggest in Earth history. The Great Dying had occurred. in which, like, around about 90% of species on our planet Earth died out at this time. It was tough. It was a bad time. When Life Nearly Died is the title of a book by Michael Benton, and it's about this time. You had rampant global warming, change in the atmosphere, change in ocean temperatures because of that, and we think it was because of massive volcanic eruptions, just spewing greenhouse gases up into the atmosphere. It just made much of the Earth uninhabitable for the critters who lived there. Just as a brief aside, this is what we're speed running nowadays by pumping all these greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, but we're doing it like 1,000 times quicker. It's really, really scary. But anyway, when we're talking about climate change, human-caused climate change, this is the sort of thing that we could see if it's allowed to just snowball, become uncontrollable, and become a feedback loop. Like, this is what we could end up with. A second Permian extinction like this, you know? An extinction on the same scale as the Permian mass extinction. But this is the one that kind of paved the way for the dinosaurs. So you had all of these other critters that died out at this time. There were only a few survivors, and then they went on to take over the world afterward, and some of those survivors were the ancestors of the dinosaurs. Again, that extinction happened here at the Permian-Triassic boundary. It took a few million years, I think. And not too long after that, about 8 million years later, in the Anisian stage, we've got these critters, the Pachypleurosaurs. TNT going below says, when Antarctica's a jungle, I'll worry. Oh, it would only be a jungle a few million years after all the ice melts. It would take a while. But we're headed on that track now. We'll see what happens. Anyway. Goganek says those who ignore prehistory are condemned to repeat it, so to speak. Yeah. Anywho. So this ancient species is a type of Pachypleurosaur, a group of primitive Sauropterygian reptiles from the Triassic period. These animals resembled aquatic lizards and had small heads, long necks, paddle-like limbs, and long, deep tails. I don't think these are the same as mosasaurs, right? So they're Sauropterygian reptiles. They were traditionally included within Northosauroidea, but in some cladistic analyses, they're considered a sister group to Eosauropterygia, a clade that also includes Nothosaurs and Pistosauroids. So these guys might be related to Nothosaurs, but they're probably a distinct group, is what I'm gleaning from this. Cool. The Sauropterygia are the most flourishing clade among Mesozoic marine reptiles in terms of species diversity. Include the iconic plesiosaurs from the Jurassic and Cretaceous, the stem group Placodontia, and Eosauropterygia from the Triassic. So Dr. Jun Liu and colleagues from the Haifa University of Technology. Eosauropterygians were traditionally divided into three groups: the Pachypleurosaurs, Nothosaurs, and Pistosauroids. There we go, we were just reading that on Wikipedia. This traditional view holds that a monophyletic Pachypleurosaura comprises the sister group to the clade Eusauropterygia, consisting of Nothosauroidea and Pistosauroidea. This idea that these all belong to one group, they all come from the same ancestor. That's the traditional view. I wonder if this new find will challenge that at all. Give us reason to doubt. A complete and articulated skeleton of an immature Dionmasaurus mutaensis was found in an abandoned quarry that is about 1 kilometer northwest of Muta village in Luxi County, Yunnan Province, China. So anytime you see that suffix there, ensis, in a species name, it means from that place. So from the place of Muta village, Dionmasaurus mutaensis. The skeleton was split into 2 parts during collection and prepared with pneumatic tools and needles in a paleontological lab. Pretty standard. The skeleton, embedded in the dark gray micritic limestone, consists of a part and its counterpart, the paleontologist said. So part and counterpart, that means that you've got one side with the fossil and then the other side with like an imprint. So you open it up like a book, basically. fossil part and counterpart. A classic example might be like a trilobite, where you open it up, and then since you've got stuff inside the rock, it forms kind of a weak spot where it can cleave in two. And so if you get really lucky and you cleave it in two, sometimes it just splits where the fossil is like that. So there's another example with a fossil sea star. A lot of fossil fishes like that too. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. TNT Gunblow says, "Is it true we only have about 7% of the fossil record?" What do you mean, TNT? 7%? What do you mean by have 7%? Like 7% of the fossils have been collected? Because it's nowhere close to that. Percentage it'd be like way less than 1%. Do you mean that only 7% of all creatures that ever lived, all species that ever lived, had a chance at fossilization? Because I don't know, it's really difficult to like come up with a percent answer for this, because we don't know what the full number is, and we also don't know how much we've collected, or there's no good count for like how much of it is actually represented in the fossil record. So anything like that is just a guess, you know. It's really hard to put like an actual number on it. Excuse me. Yeah. And Balint, Science Streams, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hello. And have I read Dinotopia? I have indeed. Sylviel. Yes, I have. In fact, I think I even have it here on my shelf somewhere. Let's see if I can track that down. There we go. Yeah, James Gurney's Dinotopia. James Gurney is a very well-regarded paleo artist. It's been ages since I've actually read Dinotopia. I think since I was a kid. But I've got it here on the shelf, and the artwork in particular is exquisite. It's brilliant. Really, really good. Yeah. He is a goated artist, I agree, Cast the Dreamer. Yeah. Do you have all 3 books, Danny? I've got 1 book, Casey Snower. I'll have to check. Yeah. I should probably see if I can get the other ones, too. There's definitely more than 3 books. I know there are all kinds of novelizations and stuff. I don't think James Gurney wrote them, but anyway. There might be 3 big, like, beautiful art books like this. Books that actually have extensive art by James Gurney, and I should probably get the other 2. Yeah. In fact, let me look right now on good old thrift books. Let's see. Gurney. Dinotopia. The World Beneath. Okay. Good condition. New condition. Yeah, pop-up book. Dinotopia Journal. All these other ones. Glenzim, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Dinotopia Complete? What is this, Claire? Oh, wow. Cool. I'll look into these in a bit. Yeah. Anywho. Trying to get the books, but extremely rare here in the EU. Oh, wow. By the way, what about the movie from Don Bluth, The Land Before Time? I've not seen that since I was a kid. Yeah. What about it? What would you like to know? Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and thank you, Salamander, for reposting it. Sending a scientific poster for translation. Oh, okay, gravity. Yeah, let me do that. Let me do that right now before I forget, because otherwise I will forget. And I still haven't heard back from... I've been waiting on some really important emails, and they haven't come back yet. Let's see, attach files. SVP 2024. Let's see. Oh boy, that's a 36 megabyte file, just that one poster. Shoot. Let's do the second poster as well. Twitch outreach poster. And that's 84 megabytes. Holy cow. Those are big files. I apologize for the size of those files, but there we go. Sent. Shoot. But yeah. Anywho. Movie that made me fall in love with dinosaurs. And long before Jurassic Park, Curiosity. Yeah, I think The Land Before Time was what, like 1987, 88, something like that? Anywho. And there you go, Gravity. Thank you again, Gravity. I appreciate you. Yeah. Anywho, Pachypleurosaurs. Let's talk about these critters. Specimen is well preserved with a total length of 99.2 millimeters. Only 4 inches long. This is such a small critter. Holy cow. Adjacent to the specimen, there are scattered limb and rib bones from other individuals, but the limited information available prevents further identification of those critters. Team's analysis recovered the new species as a sister group to DINOSAURS gracilis, a small pachypleurosaur from the Middle Triassic Luoping biota. It's got several autapomorphic features. Stout last dorsal rib shorter than the first sacral rib, 2 sacral vertebrae. Cool. Findings are published in the Swiss Journal of Paleontology, which... thankfully is open access. Let's open that up.
Access granted.
There we go. There is a link for you right there, if you want to look at the original paper. Yeah, Pachypleurosaurs. These are one of these Triassic groups that I think they die out at the end of the Triassic. So they're not super well known to the public. They were definitely important in their ecosystem. And well-written abstract here. I like the beginning. After the devastating Permo-Triassic mass extinction, several new groups of large reptilian predators invaded the sea in the early part of the Triassic. Among these predators, Sauropterygians, consisting of Placodonts, Pachypleurosaurs, Nothosaurs, and Pistosaurs, including the iconic Plesiosaurs, displayed the greatest diversity at both the generic and species levels, and persisted from the early Triassic to the late Cretaceous. The Pachypleurosaurs in particular die out at the end of the Triassic, though, but the group that they belong to goes strong throughout the rest of the Mesozoic era. Here we report a new species of Pachypleurosaur, Dionmasaurus mutaensis, from a recently discovered Lagerstätte and the upper member of the Anisian Guanling Formation. The only known specimen of this new species was collected from a quarry near Muta Village, Luxi County, Yunnan Province, South China. Let's take a look at some of their figures here. So that's where it was found, in China there. And check this out. Gorgeous complete skeleton. Super tiny. Holy cow. That scale bar is just 1 centimeter. So that scale bar is about that big. So this whole animal is like that. Super tiny. Yeah. Just gorgeous though. And part and counterpart. So here you've got, they're really lucky that they got a split here. It's so clean. So you've got most of the bones on this side, and on the other side, the impression left by them. Very cool. I do wonder how much this critter would change as it grew and matured, but I think we've got enough Pachypleurosaurs that the sorts of changes you would expect should be pretty... I think it's been pretty well studied how much they change as they grow and mature. Put it that way. There's a limb right there. So tiny, my goodness. Scale bar is 1 millimeter right there. Holy cow. Yeah. The science stream says, what's the likelihood of getting splits like that? I imagine small, no? You'd be surprised. It's more common than you would expect, because when you're opening up these layers, they tend to kind of crack along the weakest plane. And when you've got a fossil in there, that makes that plane weaker, so it's much more likely to just split nice and clean. I'm guessing that they did some serious prep work on this just to remove any bits of matrix that were still on this side. But I kind of doubt that they took any bones off of this side and stuck them onto this side. I suppose it's possible, but I doubt it. They probably just had a really nice clean break, and then they made it even cleaner by removing any excess matrix on the part over here. Any bits of counterpart matrix that were stuck to the part, they just removed them. This is, by the way, the same way that you get, fossils like our Green River fish here. Diplomystus. This is a real Eocene fossil fish. So, it's the actual fossil right there. And you get these by splitting the layers open. Like that. Most of your Chinese dino birds, too. Same deal. You're just splitting open limestones and through similar lithologies, and you just get just like that. It's like the pages of a book, almost. And that's not just in China and Asia and Europe. We get that in North America, too. Let's see. I think this is what we want. Yeah, this might work.
Over 90% of these rocks have yielded fossils, allowing scientists a rare glimpse of what Las Hoyas was like in the distant past.
This is Las Hoyas in Spain. That's not actually the clip that I was looking for, though. Let me see if I can find that one with Larry Martin. Might not be on YouTube anymore. Shoot. Oh, here we go. I think this is it. Yeah. Here, this kind of has to do with today's topic anyway, so, well, I won't play from the beginning. Let's just go from here. Yeah.
170 million years ago, an ancient lagoon stretched across this Wyoming plain. As time sapped it of its waters, it died a gradual death. But what secrets did the lagoon take with it? Larry Martin of the University of Kansas has come here in search of those secrets. He believes that hidden in this lagoon is something he's been looking for nearly a decade: the fossil of an ancient bird.
So I guess I had the time and place wrong. I thought it was Texas
What
from the
he
Triassic.
finds could unlock a mystery that has dogged and divided paleontologists for over a century.
This is a nice little time
Birds
capsule here,
evolved from
too.
some ancient unknown creature 200 million years ago.
And maybe the sea is regressing and we're getting closer to the shore.
Or is the truth more fantastic?
Oh, maybe about a foot down.
Are they related to dinosaurs?
This is kind of the last time that you could really make that argument that birds did not evolve from dinosaurs, was like the mid to late 90s like this. Maybe the early 2000s. But now there's a very, very strong consensus that birds literally are dinosaurs. Larry Martin was one of the last holdouts for the birds are not dinosaurs idea. And he kind of carried that with him until his death in 2013.
I don't think that anybody has any real evidence to prove that birds are derived from dinosaurs.
Oh boy.
Evolved
Very wrong.
from reptiles separately from dinosaurs. They have their own separate lineage.
We now know that's not true. Oh boy.
The proof lies somewhere in the fossil record. These limestone beds are a natural library.
There we go. This is the part and counterpart thing. See?
Over millions of years.
So,
recorded life day by day.
There we go.
Page by page.
All right, now what we have here is a natural book. It's a very thin-bedded lithographic limestone. We can see that there are individual pages here, which represent strata. We don't know how much time there is between the pages, maybe only a day, possibly as much as a year, certainly not much more than that. But the point is that we can go through this very much the way that you read a book. We can split open these pages. Oh, maybe remove a chapter like so. And then we can come down here and we can look at this, and we're able to read it page by page, you see, just like a book. And on this particular page, we find a lot of some of these shore bugs. One there, one over here.
What a nice sound.
One here. Oh, a couple there. There's a lot of them
ASMR.
here. And that's what's so good about this locality. We're getting lots and lots of these insects. And that's really great because that tells me that I'm real close to...
Casey Snort says, what a clean cut. It's not a cut. That's just the way that it splits. You know, we've got these natural layers like this. They're like pages of a book, you know? So, yeah, he's not cutting it right there. He's just using the knife to kind of pry apart that natural break that already exists there.
And we can look at this.
See?
And
he's not slicing it. That's just a butter knife he's using on rock. That crack already exists there. He's just widening it a little bit.
On this particular page, we find a lot. Great, because that tells me that I'm real close to shore. And if I'm real close to shore, I might get my bird.
For Larry Martin, this is a game of chance. But chance is how the story first began.
Yeah, with good old Archaeopteryx. Anyway, we'll get back to this, and we'll be watching that whole episode prior to Thanksgiving as we talk about the theropod origins of birds, like your Thanksgiving turkey. But, yeah, that's how you get fossils like this. splitting open like these lithographic limestones and similar rocks. You can just get exquisite preservation in there of fossil critters like this one. Yeah. Wasn't he looking for a Protoavis type of situation? Bingo, Germs, yes. Yeah, that's exactly what he was looking for. Yeah. He widened it. There you go, Displacer. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, beautiful, beautiful stuff. I don't really know a lot about these guys, so any commentary that I try and proffer here is going to be really basic. But if anybody here has got any questions, let me know right now about these critters. Pachypleurosaurs are neat animals, and I don't know enough about them. But I get the impression that they're kind of best known for these remarkably well-preserved fossils from places like China. Just gorgeous, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Scully Red Hawk, yeah. Cleaving simulator, yeah. And Sylviel, we've done a few streams about Jurassic World evolution. I can certainly turn you on to those if you'd like. But I've played the game a few times on stream, back when it was still pretty new, I think. Yeah. Let's jump into that. Here is my tier list of the Jurassic World Evolution 2 dinosaurs and other critters, like, if you're not even a dinosaur, you go in here, or not a dinosaur plus it's terrible. These guys. But yeah, this is a fun stream.
Category. I'm not gonna say it's terrible, because it's not terrible. This shouldn't have crocodile type scutes, you know. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Anywho.
But yeah, and there you go, Mayor Space. Yes, in crocodiles, those bony scutes, what we call osteoderms.
Anywho. Oh, and Miss Yvette says, are they semi-aquatic or fully aquatic? The Pachypleurosaurs would have been fully aquatic. These animals are... They may have even given birth to live young in the water column. I'm not sure they ever would have come up onto land. I think they might be fully adapted to life in the water. Classification. See, the article on Wikipedia is just a stub. These are not the most popular or even well-studied critters. But yeah, the limb girdles are greatly reduced, so it is unlikely that these animals could move about on land. They're probably restricted to life in the water. They probably gave birth to live young in the water, I think, rather than laying eggs on land like a sea turtle or something. Anyhow. It has their temporal fenestra configuration. Is it similar to Nothosaurs? It is similar to Nothosaurs, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Yeah. I think they've got a pretty similar setup there. They look very Nothosauri in general. Yeah. Anyhow, and Casey Snowart says, have you done a stream like that for the Prehistoric Planet Science? Yeah, I think I've got those up on YouTube. Let's see. Maybe not, actually. Maybe I don't have them up there yet. Maybe that was before we started putting the VODs up on YouTube. Yeah, not sure. But we've definitely done that. Yeah. And Luke ICH says, I still love how the word Jurassic comes from a local mountain range. Yeah, the Jura Mountains. Or Jura Mountains, as it might be locally pronounced. Anywho, we had a question too about how fast Tyrannosaurus grew. The answer is pretty darn fast. We even have a clip of that. Here. Here we go. Tyrannosaur growth. Dinosaurs grew really, really quickly because they hatch out of eggs. Eggs are not very big, you know? You can't make an egg very big. There's just physical constraints to how big you can make an egg because the bigger it gets, the heavier it is, the thicker the shell has to be, and at a certain point, it just doesn't work anymore. The shell is too thick. Either the embryo can't escape to hatch, or it's too thick so it can't exchange gases with the atmosphere. The egg can't breathe, you know? The embryo inside would suffocate. So there's a physical limit to how big you can make an egg, and it's about... It's about that big. Right there. That's the egg of an elephant bird, Apiornis. This is a bird that only went extinct, it's like 700 CE, like early medieval times, I guess. And it was probably, well, people liked stealing their eggs. It did them in. They lived in Madagascar. Anyway, this is bigger than any dinosaur egg we've ever found, at least in terms of circumference. We might end up finding non-avian dinosaur bigs that were longer and maybe slightly bigger volume, like Elongatulithus. Yeah. The eggs of Oviraptorosaur dinosaurs, particularly big ones like Gigantoraptor, they would have had some pretty enormous eggs. And yeah, they do get pretty large. By the way, I just finished 3D printing a few days ago a dinosaur nest. It's not painted yet, but let me show you all the pieces glued together. I was going through several different kinds of filaments, so it's going to look like a patchwork quilt, but different kinds of filament with different colorations here. I was just trying to use up some old spools. I don't like wasting filament. I'm not going to throw it away, but so I was just using up right there. But yeah, these are eggs, and these are about life size for like a troodontid dinosaur. That might be what these are, laid in pairs like this. But I'll get this thing smoothed and primed and painted soonish, so we can put that on the background. Put it back here. Yeah. Anywho, we've got dinosaur eggs. We know how big they were. They weren't particularly big. The point is, if you're a dinosaur like Tyrannosaurus, and you're hatching out of an egg that's like maybe this big, you've got a ton of growing to do to reach adult size. A ton of growing to do. And a lot of that growth was really fast. Especially during that 5 pounds per day. Not just ingesting 5 pounds of food, putting on 5 pounds of body weight. Interesting stuff. Here's a link to this whole documentary here. But the point is, dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus grew remarkably fast. And they changed a tremendous amount as they grew in their proportions and their overall look, probably in their ecology as well. So they start off pretty small and lanky, you know, as they get to late stage juveniles and like...
Are you a fan of dinosaurs?
Oh.
I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Spank the Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, when they're about to go through that big growth stage, they become really leggy like this. They were probably fast, maybe active pursuit predators. One of the fastest animals in their ecosystem. Just running down prey items. And when they reach their full adult size, they really bulk up. They would have probably been significantly slower when they reach that full adult size and bulk. So when people ask me, oh, Danny, how fast could T-Rex run? At what growth stage, you know? You got to think about ontogeny. You cannot understand dinosaur biology if you don't understand their ontogeny, how they grow and mature. And that term is one that we talk about a lot on this channel, ontogeny. Ontogeny, that's like changes in life history. The life history of an individual organism.
Ontogeny.
From baby up to adult, all the changes that a creature undergoes, those are ontogenetic changes.
Ontogeny.
Does that make sense? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, and how tall dinosaurs are compared to a cowboy, says Confused Echidna. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Bob Bacher right here. Yeah, paleontologist Bob Bacher.
Ontogeny.
Who, here's Bob Bacher right here.
Around
no, those are emus.
For paleontologist Bob Bacher of the University of Wyoming Geological Museum, birds form a living link with the past.
What you see before you is your dinosaurian head and neck working, that graceful S-shaped curve going bazap, bazap, bazap. Like
anyway, that's Bob Bacher right there, and you might remember him from, the Lost World Jurassic Park. He wasn't named as a character in this. But he is a character in this. So the character in this film is based on Robert Bacher. Also, every dinosaur documentary. Yeah, he's in a lot of them, Dan Wing, yeah. Yeah, they probably couldn't actually do that. But yeah, anyway. That's supposed to be Bob Bacher. Jack Horner, who was the scientific paleontological consultant on the Jurassic Park films, I think was a little miffed that Bob Bacher was talking about Jurassic Park a lot and maybe kind of, I don't know. I'm not going to get into the drama here. But anyway, Jack was a little miffed at Bob, apparently. And he's like, okay, we're going to put you in the next movie, but you're going to get eaten by a dinosaur. And that's, spoiler alert, what happens later on. And Striker, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And Solar Satori says, what is your journaling and note-taking practice like when you're in the field on digs? Great question, Solar. Usually we've got like quarry maps in the field. I'm not sure if I have a clip of that from our digs, but let's see. Reopening the quarry. July 20th.
And much of this. So we'll
see if we break out the quarry map at any
just like
point.
Fisher's doing right now. And yeah. Pretty cool, right? Let's see. Shenenvy, hey, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. What's shaking? It's good to have you. Yeah.
I don't know if I have a clip of that, but I know that there's a pre-recorded one. Thank you. Holy cow. Cosmo Quest. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. I'm sorry our raid alerts still aren't working, but I'm glad you could make it. How are things? And did you have fun during your stream? I hope you did. Welcome, welcome. We come from space in peace, says Hilo73. I'm glad you do. And AI, yeah, you, wonderful. Hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. Shoot. I think I have just the song for you, actually. Give me a second here. There we go. How's that? Got through watching today's SpaceX launch. Oh, hopefully it didn't explode. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist in particular. Dinosaurs are my area of research interest. What I present on at scientific conferences, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Like right here.
Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
Should we, please? Anyway, yeah. I'm glad you're here. But yeah, and Self-Synth, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. Hi to you too. I'm glad you're here. Anywho, where were we? Can I show the quarry map in one of the shorts from the summer's Lamp? I don't know if we have a quarry map short, but I do know that we've got... photogrammetry. Maybe this is it.
Do you guys use some kind of 3D profiling or modeling, like using photogrammetry? Not here, although in Wyoming we were doing some of that. Ethan found this awesome application called Scaniverse that uses the camera and LiDAR to create beautiful 3D models of the quarry and stuff like that, and that's been super, super neat. But here we use old-fashioned paper maps. Because this is such a big quarry and because it changes so much day to day, photogrammetry wouldn't really help that much. And so instead, we do it the old-fashioned way like this, mapping everything that we find onto this grid system in here. Photogrammetry is really, really useful in like generating 3D models of fossils. Jim is really fond of saying, yeah, 3D modeling, 3D figures and papers, that's the future. Not just photographs of specimens, but downloadable 3D models that you can look at each of these specimens in 3D, rotate them around, and just kind of see them in detail from all angles. Potentially 3D print them too. I agree. That's going to be a new big thing in paleontology.
Yeah, but as for usefulness in the quarry, it's very limited. A paper map is far more useful, oftentimes, and far cheaper. Here we go. So this is a video produced by the Utah Geological Survey. A few years back. This is the same quarry that we were working in this, well, slightly different. It's a higher level. Mapping, here we go.
Before the bones are jacketed and collected, they are mapped onto a grid sheet so that the position and orientation of the bones is documented. Yep. Here, Jessica and I use a metal grid to aid with the mapping. She uses a plumb bob to mark the ends of the bones so that I can draw them onto the map. These maps are then compiled into a single map that can provide valuable information about how the bones were deposited.
There we go. So something like photogrammetry is of very limited use in a situation like this, because when you're just taking photographs, you're kind of including way too much information, and also you're not really like highlighting where the outlines of the bones and stuff are. There's a lot of like interpretation and something like that. When we're actually collecting data for something like this, we'll draw out quarry maps, and we're making sure that like the ends of the bones are actually like perfectly gridded onto to that Cartesian plane. So we're using this grid and a plumb bob like this. So we actually have exact data on where all of these...
And the bones is documented. Here, just...
you know, where each of these, like, points actually are. Using the plumb bob like that. So we can actually... This is basically more precise than photogrammetry is, if you can believe that. And then you can tell at a glance what's going on here, because you actually draw the outlines of all the bones. Does that make sense? Yeah. Pen and paper is also faster. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And easier to share, honestly. And Charlie's Dragon says, most fieldwork is still best done the old-fashioned way. Tech has good uses for analysis. True, yeah. But, yeah, a lot of what we do is, you know, when we're out there digging in the field, much of this is the same kinds of techniques that, like, Marsh and Cope used back in the day. You know, like this. This looks very, very similar to, like, a modern dig site. Clothing might be a little different, but using plaster and burlap, using picks and shovels, small hand tools, there's not much that you can really do to kind of improve on this process. It's already simple and elegant, and it works. Trying to throw a bunch of, like, technology into this just kind of gums things up, makes it more complicated, and makes it work less well in a lot of ways, you know? Yeah. The biggest advances that we've had in field paleontology because of new technology are things like GPS, being able to record exactly where you are. Digital photography is really important. And then the internal combustion engine, being able to reach field sites with, like, an off-road vehicle, or in my case, a Toyota Prius. You know, gone are the days, mostly, of horses and mules. Now we use automobiles to get to our sites. And occasionally helicopters, too. I've worked on a few crews before where we've actually had helicopters. For helping extract fossils from really remote areas where you can't get a vehicle to that spot to haul stuff out. Use a helicopter for a quick airlift to get it to a road. You know, super, super heavy fossils. You can load them into the back of a truck with a helicopter, or onto the back of a trailer, rather, and then drive it to the museum from there. But for the most part, our work is fairly... primitive is not the right word, but we don't use a lot of fancy schmancy technology.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy in aid of?
Mr. Anderson, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Casey Snowart says, living in Jeep and Land Rover country. I've never heard of an off-road Prius before your channel. Well, you have now, Casey. Yeah. I'm, pretty proud of my off-road Prius. It's a solid piece of equipment. Do I not have a... I thought I had a photo on here from... Maybe not. Okay. Or whatever. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, and Freezing Cathedral says, what if someone invented a new ultrasound machine that worked for underground viewing? It's been tried and it doesn't work.
1,000 a year has been well spent.
Spark, holy cow. Really appreciate your support. 51 months now at tier 3 nowadays. Thank you, Spartan, for your ongoing support. Really appreciate you. That's what helps sustain this channel. Helps keep me off the streets. Thank you, Spartan. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Hillo says he needs a long extension cord to charge the Prius. You don't charge a Prius, Hillo. It's not how that works. It's a hybrid vehicle. What? I suppose you could... They do make plug-in Priuses, but it's still... You don't have to plug it in. It's a supplemental thing. Anyway. Yeah. And Cast a Dreamer says the fact is that you can literally buy Prius lift kits online. Absolutely. PriusOffroad.com. Yeah. I've shown this before. Yeah, this is what I've got on mine. It turns it into a legit, you know, capable vehicle for traversing rough terrain. It doesn't have four-wheel drive. I think you might be able to get that in some of the newer Priuses. But I don't have that. I've got a 2008 Prius. But having a 2-inch lift on it, plus off-road tires, plus steel underbody skid plates, plus a few other modifications, makes it a really capable vehicle. You don't need four-wheel drive 99.999% of the time. And this summer, when we were in the field in Wyoming, there were some pickup trucks and off-road vehicles. Like, there was a Jeep that got stuck at one point. I didn't get stuck once. I did get a flat tire at one point, but everybody gets flat tires. The roads are 50% nails in certain places. But anyway, yeah. If you're smart about how you drive a vehicle like that, you know, it's great. And 99.99% of your driving anyway is on the pavement. You know, I'm driving all the way from California out to Wyoming and out to Utah. It's only the last few miles that might be off-roading, and you really don't need a big, aggressive off-road vehicle. I used to have those. I used to have a Toyota FJ Cruiser at one point. A vehicle that looked like this. It looked almost exactly like this. This is almost exactly how mine looked. It had big gnarly off-road tires, it had a bull bar on the front. Mine had a winch though, and it had a better bull bar. This is kind of a wimpy one. But my old FJ Cruiser looked almost exactly like this. It had a lift and everything. It was too much. Nobody needs something like that. And I kind of realized that after getting it, like, oh shoot, this is total overkill. Nobody needs this. It's completely impractical. Now I drive a Prius, and honestly, it's a better vehicle. It's more capable in so many different ways. Oh yeah, it just sucks gas too. Yeah, this got like, it was like 10 miles to the gallon. I get like 50 in the Prius, you know? So yeah, yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. Yeah. And Castle Dreamer says lifted trucks were very nice and useful in Houston, where sometimes hurricanes would flood. I mean, that's if you... I don't know, but oftentimes if you've got a lift kit, that can be really vulnerable to intrusion by water. So, like, sometimes it's worse than not having a lift kit, especially if it's not done well. If you've got, like, a body lift rather than, like, a full suspension lift, that actually makes it more vulnerable to damage by water. I've known people who've like driven through a big puddle with a lifted, you know, Shelby Silverado or something, and it's like, oh shoot, there's $2,000 worth of damage right there. And the truck is just disabled, you know? So, oftentimes those big lifted vehicles, in reality, kind of prissy. Not very capable, you know? It's for show, you know? Oh yeah. Yeah. all the obnoxiously big trucks where I lived. Yeah, me too, Cody Shibi. It is pretty crazy sometimes. Yeah. But anyway. And there you go, Disco Fountain. Yeah, sometimes a lightweight vehicle with two-wheel drive can be more capable than a heavy four-wheel drive vehicle. Less likely to get stuck. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Oh shoot, hello. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. How did we get on this? And what were we talking about before? Oh, a Prius off-road. Did I give you the link for that? It's actually pretty cool. I should, I wonder if they still do anything online. Anyway, we'll get back to the fossils here. Yeah. We've got another exciting fossil discovery here to discuss. So let's get into that. Let's play the fossil news stinger again. One more time. Our next piece of fossil news. We got a brand new pterosaur from the Jurassic. This is exciting stuff. Pterosaurs, of course, are the flying reptiles that everybody's familiar with. Thank you, Joer3666. Appreciate the follow. How are you doing? Good to have you here. Pterosaurs are these guys. Members of the public often call them pterodactyls. The term that we use as paleontologists is pterosaurs. Pterosaurs are a group of flying reptiles that are closely related to dinosaurs, but they're not quite dinosaurs themselves. They're from just outside the dinosaur family tree. So, oh boy. I gotta get rid of that bookmark. Hang on a second. Remove. There we go. Where is that? This is the image that we're looking for right here, and I gotta find a way to bookmark this so we can keep returning to it. The old one was on Twitter, and I think that's since been gotten rid of by Twitter, or the person deleted their account or something. So what I'm gonna do here is save that to... Okay. Thanks for being patient during that little bit of housekeeping there. But pterosaurs, this branch right here, these guys are not dinosaurs. They're very close to the origin of dinosaurs. So they're like close cousins to the dinosaurian clade, but they're not quite dinosaurs themselves. They're from just outside that group. So they split off just before the dinosaur branch splits off and become dinosaurs. Does that make sense? So pterosaurs, these guys are not dinosaurs. They are flying reptiles from the same time, the same places as dinosaurs. They also go extinct at the same time as the non-bird dinosaurs do. But yeah, anyway, we've got a brand new one from Germany. Scyphosaura bavarica, a species of pterosaur that lived around 149 million years ago in what is now southern Germany, Bavaria, I presume, bridges the gaps between the early monofenestratin pterosaurs and the later pterodactyloids. Very cool. And Drusev says they're so cool. Pterosaurs are super cool. Holy cow, are they cool. Here, I feel like we should do a little bit of background on pterosaurs first before we dive into this new guy. Pterosaurs 101. Let's take a look at this right here.
Much like today's birds, pterosaurs ruled Earth's Mesozoic skies.
Yep.
Adapting to many different habitats, while their dinosaur cousins roamed below.
Yep.
But these were no birds. Pterosaurs were flying reptiles, and some were as big as fighter jets.
Yep.
Pterosaurs means winged lizard in Greek, and they were the very first vertebrates on Earth to take to the skies.
Here, I'll be right back.
The most well-known
Behave for this
pterosaur
video,
is
huh?
the pterodactyl. It was the first one discovered back in the 18th century, but since then, paleontologists have uncovered more than 200 different species, including pteranodons, which were quite large, and Quetzalcoatlus, one of the most massive pterosaurs of all. Named for the Aztec winged serpent god, Quetzalcoatlus had a wingspan of nearly 40 feet and likely soared through the skies hunting for baby dinosaurs below. Some, like Anuognathus, were the size of small birds and probably preferred to eat insects. With such a wide range in pterosaur size, there is ongoing debate over how some species were able to fly, but similarities in their wing structure and anatomy may offer clues. Pterosaur wings ran along their sides from shoulder to ankle, and each wing was held up and supported by an elongated digit. The first pterosaur ever discovered was actually named for this characteristic. Pterodactyl is a combination of the Greek words for wing and finger. Each pterosaur wing consisted of a tough membrane laced with blood vessels, fibrous cords, and muscles. And it has been theorized that the muscles could alter the shape of their wings in mid-flight, the same way a passenger jet might adjust its wings during takeoff and landing. Pterosaur fossils also suggest that even the largest species must have been relatively light for their size, because
extremely
much like
lightweight.
Birds, their bones were hollow. Hollow bones would have enabled even Quetzalcoatlus to soar. But not all pterosaurs could fly. In 2009, paleontologists found an
cool shirt, by the way. Calvin and Hobbes there. I think this has since been disputed. I think there's a general consensus that even these pterosaurs could fly too.
enormous specimen in Transylvania that they nicknamed Dracula. At 11.5 feet tall, with a wingspan of 39 feet, it's one of the largest pterosaurs ever found. But the shape of its shoulders and wings suggests it probably couldn't get off the ground.
This has since been disputed.
With every new discovery, paleontologists are learning more about the nature of pterosaurs. But the hollow bones that enabled some of the largest pterosaurs to fly are also part of the reason their fossils are so often incomplete.
Yep.
And the full picture of a sky once ruled by reptiles has yet to be revealed.
Cool stuff. Pterosaurs are incredibly fascinating animals. They are such cool critters. And we've got two major groups of pterosaurs. Or at least this is how it was back when I was learning these things. We might have, some of the terminology may have changed a little bit, but rhamphorhynchoids and pterodactyloids. And one of the major differences is in the tail. So, rhamphorhynchoids, like Rhamphorhynchus, have got this long tail. Search gate. Why eyes is so crummy figure. Anyway, the long tails of the rhamphorhynchoids probably served some sort of aerodynamic purpose like this. These guys are kind of earlier on in the history of pterosaurs. And then later you get the more advanced pterodactyloids, who've got a much shorter tail. So things like Pteranodon, or pterodactyloids. These guys are later on in the Mesozoic. They live in the Cretaceous. They've got a much shorter tail. Yeah. There's a nice figure. Oh, they're so cool. Anyway, they've got practically no tail at all anymore. Our new guy from the Jurassic here, Scyphosaura bavarica, seems to be almost kind of intermediate there, which is really neat. Pterosaur Great Christmas gift idea. They're expensive though, Disco Fountain. Yeah, they're expensive. I've got one of these. I haven't tried it out yet, but there's a company in the UK that makes them. Jurassic kites. That's what it's called. Yeah. They're not cheap. Especially when you're shipping them to the US. Pretty neat, right? I got the one with the clear tassels coming off the wings. But apparently they needed that for stability. There's still a lot that we don't really understand about pterosaurs and their aerodynamics and how they could fly. So, like, trying to get them to work as a kite is kind of a challenge. Yeah, anyway. There's a link. Yeah, so with this new guy, I guess we've got almost an intermediate stage, you know? Drusiv says, I love how they move around on their elbows. No, those are not their elbows, those are their hands. So, here. Yeah. So here's a Quetzalcoatlus life size here. That's their hand right there. Their elbow is... Well, this is a Reddit image, so I can't show you because Reddit's broken like that. But the elbows are sticking out behind it. Does that make sense? So they're actually walking on their hands. Yeah. I took a photo with one of these guys at the SVP welcome reception a few weeks ago. There we go. At the Science Museum of Minnesota.
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished
Yamalin,
career.
thank you for the follow.
But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, they're cool critters. The wing of a pterosaur. You probably saw in that video. But, yeah, here we go. I guess that'll work. It's a little word heavy. This will be nice. There we go. Oh. And big one, please. Bird, pterosaur, bat. So in a pterosaur, the elbow is right there. This is the hand. Well, the wrist and the hand. Fingers right there. The rest of the wing is the ring finger. That's the fourth digit, the ring finger right here. This extends out super far and forms the wing membrane. So that is the ring finger right there. Pretty neat, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Messica says, is that actual size so big? Oh, yeah. Yeah. These are some of the biggest of the pterosaurs, things like Quetzalcoatlus. Incredibly cool. Yeah. And Strange Hamburger Erica says... Hamburger Icy says someone should build a pterosaur drone. It's been done. A long time ago. Oh shoot, I don't know if I have footage of this anymore. This is a thing back in the 80s and 90s. You know what? It's in a book that I have. Let's find that. It's in Peter well known for his pterosaurs, but there it is. Yeah. So building working flying models of pterosaurs has been a goal for some people for some time now. Here we go. Yeah. Above, right, and below. In 1985, Dr. Paul McCready and his team from AeroVironment Inc. built a half-size replica of Quetzalcoatlus, which flew by flapping its wings. The model had a wingspan of 18 feet and was capable of flying at 35 miles per hour. It was flown successfully many times at Death Valley in California, but crashed on its first public flight in 1986. So, there's the team. That right there. I want to say there's footage of this in one of those old Paleo World episodes. But... there we go. I think that's McCready himself right there. The model. Yeah, videos. Is this it?
The thing that I love so much about this...
Alright, this is just a guy talking in front of the camera, and this is a different thing. Not what I'm looking for. Did I spell the name wrong? McCready. McCready, Paul McCready. Okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to find video of this. Maybe the best we'll do for right now. But, yeah, there's the model right there, and it really did fly. I know there was footage of it in an old Paleo World episode, but I think that one's since been scrubbed from YouTube. Pterosaurs. Flight of the Pterosaurs. Oh, this might be... Okay, let's try this. Really bad quality.
In 1972, a pterosaur emerged from the Texas Badlands that would set the scientific community abuzz. A giant
Someone
with
just
a
like filmed their
tongue-twisting
TV
name of
screen.
Quetzalcoatlus. It was named after the Aztec deity depicted as a feathered serpent. Known from a single enormous fossilized wing bone, Quetzalcoatlus was one of the last and perhaps the greatest of the flying reptiles. It lived around 70 million years ago in the Cretaceous period, the end of the age of the dinosaurs. In the Cretaceous, the area that is now Big Bend, Texas,
Daily Motion. I could check Daily Motion Triple Book. We'll see.
Rivers.
Anyhow, let's get to the model here.
Military aircraft with a wingspan of 39 feet and weighing up to 200 pounds. But the discovery reopened an old question. Had evolution played a trick on pterosaurs, making them too big to fly?
I mean, obviously not. What? What are they asking?
In 1985, Paul
there we go.
Brady, an aeronautical engineer and a team of scientists attempted the impossible, to build a flying model of the world's largest pterosaur.
Oh, isn't this the same guy who did the Gossamer albatross? Yeah, I think it is. Paul McCready.
Zodiacs are in position. Anytime you feel it's good, go ahead. Okay, there's a bit of a lull now, so I'm going to go right now. Roger.
It is 5
This is so cool.
a.m.
Look at that. A human-powered flying machine.
At a ground speed of nearly 10 miles per hour, closely attended by his teammates and Zodiacs off each wing, he follows a course southeast to the French coast at Cap Grenet.
We wonder if you see us about 5 miles southeast of Folkestone on the radar.
Brian begins to encounter increasing headwinds. At an hour and 15 minutes, barely at midpoint, Brian encounters more turbulence and headwinds of 4 miles per hour.
Oh boy.
Though he still pedals at a steady 75 revolutions per minute, his decreasing ground speed means that the estimated 2-hour flight time is no longer possible. In growing fatigue, he falls lower and lower, sometimes mere inches above the swell.
Altitude, line 5, get it up. Sam from control, what do you estimate Brian's condition? He's tired, but he might be able to
So, the reason I'm showing this, in case you missed it, is the same guy who built the pterosaur built this. It's like an aeronautical engineer.
5 minutes, still more than 7 miles from France, he signals defeat.
He forgets to hollow out his bones. There you go.
Must be towed the rest of the way. Obediently, one of the Zodiacs closes in, ready to attach a fishing rod to the fuselage for the tow.
Huh.
But as Brian struggles upward to allow the Zodiac to come underneath, he suddenly waves off his rescuers. At 15 feet, he has found less turbulence.
Ah.
He has to push on.
Huh.
His flight instruments no longer function, and his water supply is exhausted.
Oh boy.
When at last he sights the French coast through the haze, his heart sinks. It is still 3 miles away. For Brian, each moment now has become a victory. Dehydrated, suffering severe leg cramps, his judgment has begun to waver. Briefly, he considers crashing on the rocky point.
How cool is that?
The albatross from the turbulence that claws at it and nearly wrecks it a few feet offshore.
Wow.
Then slowly, at last, it is done.
Incredible. Ah, that is so cool. So that is the gossamer albatross. So called because it's got a really long wingspan, like an albatross, but it's so incredibly lightweight. The McCready gossamer albatross. Here's a Wikipedia article about it right there if you'd like to learn more. This is, same guy, Dr. Paul B. McCready. Oh, he was born on Lordy's birthday. But a few years before. He died in 2007, I guess. He devoted his life to developing more efficient transportation vehicles that could do more with less. And he was inspired by pterosaurs to do this in part. Yeah, because these are animals that certainly did more with less. Some of them got tremendously large with extraordinarily lightweight hollow bones. In 1985, he was commissioned to build a half-scale working replica of the pterosaur Quetzalcoatlus for the Smithsonian Institution, following a workshop in 1984 which concluded that such a replica was feasible. The completed remote-controlled flying reptile with a wingspan of 18 feet was filmed over Death Valley, California, in 1986 for the Smithsonian IMAX film On the Wing. And we've got footage of that right here, don't we?
Quetzalcoatlus would be the largest flying animal of all time if it could get off the ground. McCready's prototypes, designed as gliders, launched easily. But they were not successful.
Ugh.
McCready looked to nature. Flapping wings had to be the answer.
Yeah.
Instead of muscles, McCready used computerized motors to simulate Quetzalcoatlus flight. The
This all looks very primitive nowadays.
Could flap and twist its wings, spread its digits, and tilt its head to compensate for wind conditions.
Huh.
But could technology reproduce what nature perfected? At the end of 1985, in Death Valley, California, Quetzalcoatlus made its debut.
Very cool.
For the first time in
That's so
65
cool.
million
That's
years,
so cool.
a pterosaur's shadow crossed the earth.
Amazing.
Though McCready's model of Quetzalcoatlus was half its size and 1/4 the weight of the living pterosaur, it proved that the giant's body plan made it a powerful flyer.
Ah, that is so cool. So cool. So it's been done. People have made, you know, working models of pterosaurs that do their thing, you know? Yeah. So at some point I'd like to track down more footage from that whole thing. But yeah, pretty neat. Sweetie pie, my goodness. You're blocking the camera there. Huh, sweetie pie. Yeah. And Sci-Fi Wasabi says, what did pterosaurs evolve from? Great question. Like I said before, pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. But we think they evolved from a small creature kind of similar to the ancestor of the dinosaurs. Something almost like Lagasuchus or like, what is this critter? Scleromochlus is what this one is called. Yeah. And here is a lovely depiction of how that may have happened. We don't actually have fossils of the in-betweens there. We've got either end of this, but we don't actually have the in-betweens yet. And it may have just been that this happened so incredibly quickly over just like less than 1 million years that maybe we wouldn't expect to find these fossils, or maybe there were. Maybe we will find fossils of those intermediates someday. We're not totally sure, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So what did pterosaurs evolve from? Probably a little critter kind of like Scleromochlus. Oh, there's an article about that right there. Yeah. Come on. Scleromochlus. Small pterosauromorph archosaur from the late Triassic of Scotland. The holotype specimen is, it's mostly just like natural casts of the original fossils, just like the imprints. The bones themselves are gone, if I remember correctly. Yeah, a partial skeleton preserved as an impression in sandstone with portions of the skull and tail missing. Yeah, probably looks something like that. There's a hypothetical skeletal diagram showing, it's kind of speculative because parts of it are missing, obviously. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Good stuff. So the first pterosaurs, the earlier pterosaurs that we have are things like Patinosaurus. Patinosaurus, there we go. Spell it wrong. So, relatively long tail. Kind of got that diamond-shaped thing at the end of the tail. These are quote-unquote primitive pterosaurs. These are some of the earliest ones that we've got. Our new critter is from later in time. Scyphosaura bavarica. Just published, what, yesterday, I think? A new species of pterosaur that lived around 149 million years ago, what's now southern Germany. It bridges the gaps between the early monofenestraton pterosaurs and the later pterodactyloids. So here's a reconstruction here by Gabriele Guetto. Excellent paleo art by an excellent paleo artist. Pretty neat. So for 200 years, paleontologists split the pterosaurs into two major groups. The early non-pterodactyloids and the later and much larger pterodactyloids. Quetzalcoatlus, obviously, is a pterodactyloid. Shorter tail, much bigger. What's the function of that funny nose? We'll see, Care Bonfire. I don't know if it's speculative or if that's part of the fossil, but we'll see. The early pterosaurs had short heads on short necks, a short bone on the wrist and the wing, a long fifth toe on the foot and long tails, and the pterodactyloids have the opposite. Large heads on long necks, a long wrist, a short fifth toe, and a short tail. But which parts of their body changed when between these groups was not... Which parts of their body changed when between these groups was not known? It's a tricky sentence. In the 2010s, a series of intermediate species called Darwinopterans, named after Darwinopterus, were found that revealed that the head and neck had changed first before the rest of the body. It was a great example of an intermediate that bridged an evolutionary gap. But it also meant we did not really know what was going on before or after these changes. That's the problem with missing links, is that once you find something to plug that gap, once you find a missing link, well, before you only had one gap, and now you have two on either side of the piece you just filled in, you know? That's why I don't like that term, missing link. One of the reasons I don't like that term. Anyway, Scyphosaura bavarica sits between these earlier Darwinopterans and the pterodactyloids. It retains a very pterodactyloid-like head and neck, but it also shows a longer wrist and a shorter toe and tail than the earlier Darwinopterans. But these are not as extreme as those seen in pterodactyloids. It's an incredible find, said lead author David Hone, a paleontologist with Queen Mary University in London. It really helps us piece together how these amazing animals lived and evolved. Hopefully this study will be the basis for more work in the future on this important evolutionary transition. Neat stuff. And Starling Fan says, has it not been proven that they can get off the ground like bats do? No, we do think that's how they work, Starling Fan, yeah. Quad launch. We think they were much better than bats at doing this, though. kind of using their great big arms to sort of catapult themselves forward off of the ground like this. And some of them, like Dimorphodon, we think were pretty fast running around on all fours on the ground. And they very well may have eaten small prey, mammals, lizards, etc. Yeah. But let's see if I can find you a video. Pterosaur quad launch. There we go. Quadrupedal launch in pterosaurs. So you start off like this. I think this is Anhanguera here. Start off with the crouch, almost like a sprinter at the starting block. And then you vault yourself up into the air. Like this. Because your forelimbs are so much bigger than your hind limbs. You can do it. So push yourself off and you're kind of hanging in the air for a second. And then you start flapping those wings. Yeah. Pretty neat, right? Yeah. And Scoop says speculative, no? I don't know the exact methodology in this paper, but it's probably a little bit less speculative than you would imagine. Yeah. So the thing is, when you create 3D models like this, and you rig them and articulate them, and then you kind of do a simulation, you're basically testing a few different things. And it can be fairly rigorous in the way that you do this. You're looking at range of motion in the different limb joints, and you're trying to see, like, what are these animals actually capable of? We're making sure that we don't overextend the arms or the legs. You're making sure that everything actually works with how the joint should articulate. And you could probably do like a physics kind of rundown with something like this. You can give the different parts of it certain weights, and you can see how much force do you really need in order to launch yourself up into the air. Yeah. And 09G Davos says it's quite a convenient pivot point on the wing. It is, yeah. 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 Pretty neat stuff. Here's a link to that if you want to see it. But I think there's a paper associated that might actually get into some of the methodology here. University of Portsmouth. Commenter here says, "This is how I get up off my couch." There we go, from Scientific American. Little pterosaur could have pole vaulted into the flight from the water. New fossil analysis offers the first physical evidence of this launch strategy. I think this is like trace fossils here. There's that right there. And, yeah, compared evidence for quadrupedal launch in pterosaurs. Oh, Michael Habib. We saw a video with him last week. With Boreala pelta, that armored dinosaur. That's not a very helpful PDF. What the heck? ResearchGate. Download full text PDF. There we go. Now it worked. Methods and materials. Avian comparative data set. Peripheral quantitative computerized tomography scans of the midshaft of each humerus and femur to obtain cross-sectional images and geometric data for the cross-sections. So anyway, just basically doing some math on the bones to figure out what kind of forces they can undergo and that kind of thing, I guess. Given our current knowledge of pterosaur anatomy, terrestrial gait, and bone strength relationships investigated here, I conclude that a quadrupedal launch model for pterosaurs is no less parsimonious than a bipedal launch model, and thus quadrupedal takeoff mechanics should be seriously considered in future research. So I guess we're still kind of in the earlier stages of studying what pterosaurs could and couldn't do in terms of becoming airborne in the first place, launching themselves off the ground. But yeah, anyway. Interesting stuff. If you want to read more about this, here is a link. There you go. Anywho. Anyway, back to our new pterosaur here. Scyphosaura bavarica. Let's do a quick image search. This critter. We've already got some other paleo artists getting in on the fun and reconstructing this animal too. Pretty cool. We're going to see a lot more illustrations in the nearish future, I betcha. It represents an important new form for working out pterosaur evolutionary relationships, and by extension how this lineage arose and changed. A near complete but disarticulated specimen of Scyphosaura bavarica was found in 2015 in the Schauderberg quarry near Mülheim, Bavaria, Germany. The specimen is preserved in 3 dimensions, where most pterosaurs tend to be crushed flat. That's important. In life, it would have been about 2 meters in wingspan, about 6.6 feet, similar to that of large birds like the golden eagle. This specimen was disarticulated with bones of varying quality often overlaid upon one another, said co-author Dr. René Lauer of the Lauer Foundation. Digital photography of the specimen, taken in both visible and UV light, significantly aided in the process to identify these elements and to better analyze finer details which were not discernible in normal daylight alone. In addition to showing the intermediate position of Scyphosaura, it also shows that a Scottish pterosaur species, Jark, as fitting in the mirror position between the early pterosaurs and the first Darwinopterans. In other words, we now have a complete sequence of evolution from early pterosaurs to Jark, to the first Darwinopterans to Scyphosaura, to the pterodactyloids, the paleontologist said. While not every specimen is complete, we can now trace the increase in size of the head and neck, the elongating wrist, shrinking toe and tail, and other features step by step across multiple groups. That is really exciting. It's a superb illustration of the evolution of a group for which the transition has been far from clear before. Both Jark and Scyphosaura are unusually large for their time, also suggesting that the changes that enabled pterodactyloids to reach enormous sizes were appearing even in these transitional species. So this appears in the journal Current Biology. Here is a link right there. And let's take a look at the PDF, which thankfully is open access. I think all current biology papers are open access. Good stuff.
Access granted.
Good stuff. The summary is basically what we just read in the press release, same thing. But Scyphosaura derives from Scyphos, that's the meaning of that name, and aura, ancient Greek for sword and tail, in reference to the short, stiff, and tapering caudal series of the animal. So short, stiff, tapering tail vertebrae. Scyphosaura, sword, tail. Pretty cool. With Bavarica in reference to the Free State of Bavaria in Germany, where the specimen was found. Good stuff. It's coming out here in the cladogram. Sister to Dojanopterus and Opterus, excuse me. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, I like this a lot. So yeah, the crest on its head that we saw in that illustration, I think is speculative. So we don't necessarily know that the animal had this crest on its head, but Darwinopterus does have a similar crest. We do have the skull for that critter. There we go. Like this. Yeah. Really cool animal. So maybe our guy did have that as well. We don't really know. But yeah, good stuff. Tail length. References. Not a super long paper. But cool. We've got a missing link. As much as I dislike that term. A missing link now found.
The infant, the adult.
Tommy Ploticus.
Ontogeny.
Yes, indeed.
23 months. Wah wah wee wah.
Tommy Ploticus, thank you for the 23 months of support. I appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here online. Good stuff. Good stuff. So now it's just a link. There you go, Mirror Space, yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Kunpangopterus. What is this, salamander? Oh, I think I saw a screenshot of this on Blue Sky the other day. Hang on a second. What is this? Okay. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah. I like it. Anywho, cool paper. Welcome to the world, Scyphosaura. Brand new pterosaur. Not a dinosaur, I want to make that very clear. Scyphosaura. Triassic pterosaur. No, Jurassic pterosaur, sorry. Ugh. Yeah. Pretty neat stuff. And it's from Bavaria. Where Archaeopteryx is from, too. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's check on our 3D printer real quick to make sure everything is going well. And it looks like it is. Excellent. I'll do a quick kind of quiz question right here. We'll see if you can guess what I'm printing right now. And I'll give you a hint. Let me come up with a good hint here. I am printing a dinosaur.
Ontogeny.
Dinosaur skull. This dinosaur is named after a city in North America. What is it? It's named after a North American city. Ooh. Albertosaurus. Alberta's not a city, Dinodax. but you are very, very close. You are very, very close. Thing, you got it. Thing from somewhere, yes, indeed. Edmontosaurus is what I'm currently printing. And Lordy, you might have already known that, but yeah, it is Edmontosaurus. This critter right here, Edmontosaurus. Everybody loves Edmontosaurus. The biggest dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation, Edmontosaurus nectens. It got bigger than T-Rex. Maybe not quite that big. That's a little ridiculous. It's not 80 feet long. But, yeah, these guys were like, sometimes over 50 feet long. Over like, 14, 15 meters? 16 meters, maybe? Might be pushing it. But printing the skull. This is one of your classic duck-billed dinosaurs. For any viewers at home who might be in their 70s or 80s, you might remember this dinosaur as Trachodon. Find you a clip. Yeah, the ponderous Trachodon.
Station. These are a few of the millions of car-owning, traveling Americans who will be telling their friends about the fair and about Sinclair Dinoland for years to come. Sinclair Dinoland, in a prime location, surrounded by titans of American industry. One of the most popular exhibits of the New York World's Fair. A world of wonders that flourished 200 million years ago.
None of these dinosaurs are from 200 million years ago. They're all more recent than that.
Youngsters and adults
I don't think they have anything from the Triassic in here.
alike stand in awe of a world that was. Here, too, there are interesting favorites.
Yep.
The ponderous Trachodon.
A.K.A. Edmontosaurus.
32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth. And not a single cavity.
Yeah, good old Trachodon, a.k.a. Edmontosaurus. There we go. So the skull that I'm printing, it might be this same one right here, actually. Big old duck-billed dinosaur, Edmontosaurus. It might be the same cast, actually, that you can get through Black Hills Institute. Yeah, you can actually download this one for free, if I remember correctly. Yeah, is this it here? Nope, different one. There we go. Yeah. From Nova Studios. They've done some sculpts, some of which are better than others. Yeah, this is what I'm printing. The files themselves are 1/2 scale, so I blew them up 2 times, so they would be life-size. But, yeah, Edmontosaurus. I'm going to have a life-size Edmontosaurus skull. It's probably not a, like, super adult animal. It doesn't have the morphology that we see in, like, Anatotitan. But it's still going to be big. It is going to be big. And this one that I'm printing right now, I think I tallied it up and it's like 170 hours of print time. I've got maybe 30 of those hours done so far. But it's going to be pretty cool, and I'm excited for this. What are the dimensions on the half-size one? Does it say? Muzzle, layer, speed. I don't think it actually says what the full build size is, but mine's going to be twice as big as I'm printing it life size. Let me grab the instructions here. are instructions, right? Not that I would need them, but like I would hope that would offer some more details about the scale and stuff. Maybe they're already in the file that I downloaded. Let me check. Come on, hard drive. You can do it. There we go. Okay, never mind. Anyway, this critter's gonna be big. I'm guessing like well over 1 meter long. Probably about... Yeah, probably just over 1 meter. Here's our handy-dandy meter stick. So you're not just getting an approximation. It's gonna be about this long, I think. So, not a small critter. It's probably going to be roughly the size of our Allosaurus skull, at least in terms of length. Oh. Yeah, I'm excited about this. Kind of expected bigger for an Edmontosaurus. So approximately a yard, a little over a yard, probably measure space, yeah. So that's the cool thing about having a physical meter stick here, is that I can show you 1 meter is 100 centimeters. This is metric right here. You turn it over, get to imperial, and it's about 39.5 inches. So a meter is longer than a yard. A meter is, so that's a yard right here. So you've got that much extra in a meter, an extra 3.5 inches. So yeah. That's why I've always got to do a little bit of mental math every time I'm trying to convert something from, you know, from 50 feet, like, oh, it's about 15 meters? Anyway. God bless me. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh yeah, and I forgot about that, Miss Yvette. This is true. The Natural History Museum just of Los Angeles. NHM.org. That's crazy that they have that now. So they call themselves NHM now, which is also the Natural History Museum in London. I still call this LACM. But, yeah. Let's see here. 1 month ago. Well, let's take a look at this.
Natalie, the most colorful and complete long-necked dinosaur on the West Coast, will debut in the Judith Pearlstein Welcome Center of the brand new
I think
NHM
did just
Commons
premiere.
at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County.
Surprised they didn't make
Natalie
a
with
bigger
G
deal of that.
is a mounted Diplodocus-like long-necked dinosaur made from multiple specimens. The fossils that make up Natalie and those of several other ancient animals were buried in what was once a riverbed 150 million years ago during the late Jurassic period. The Natalie Quarry, named after the stinging gnats that pestered excavators, was discovered in 2007
They don't sting,
in
they
Southeast
bite.
Utah by researchers from the NHM LAC's Dinosaur Institute, led by Dr. Luis Chiappe. Natalie's unusual color is due to bone infilling during the fossilization process by the green mineral solatonite. It will be the first green dinosaur skeleton to be mounted for display worldwide.
Dinosaurs are great.
I mean, I suppose that's true. The first green dinosaur skeleton, like, I don't know. You might want to look in China. There's so many mounted dinosaur skeletons with actual bone in China. I would not be shocked if there were a green one there somewhere. Is this based on the Seismosaurus size? So they're saying that this is going to be a new taxon. So they're saying it looks a lot like Diplodocus, but they're saying it's different. And it hasn't been named yet. This one is a composite specimen. So there are multiple individuals. They took bones from each of them in order to make this mounted skeleton. But they're saying they're all individual animals from the same taxon. So they're all the same species. So it's not like you're getting a mix-up with different species. But I don't know. I wonder about this. I wonder about there's something really interesting going on with these Morrison sauropods. So in the Morrison Formation, at the end of the Jurassic period here in North America, you've got a bunch of different species and genera of long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, sauropods. And some of these look very, very similar to one another. And some of them, there are differences, but they're very subtle. And you keep getting new sauropods named all the time, even from the Morrison Formation. We just had a new diplodocid sauropod named like a month ago. It was before SVP, and I've got my doubts that these are all actually distinct from one another, phylogenetically. Because the Morrison Formation, we don't have great time constraints on big parts of it. I would not be super surprised at all if you just have a few lineages of sauropods, and these are animals that are just changing over time. We might be seeing anagenetic lineages for some of these guys. Like, yeah. So I wonder. And somebody made a video about this, apparently. Are there too many sauropods in the Morrison Formation? Who did this? Oh! I met this guy at SVP, right?
So here's a hot take.
Yeah! Raptor Chatter.
That's not necessarily mine. There's too many sauropods. And that's at least what some researchers have been suggesting, especially when looking at the Morrison Formation of the western United States.
Yeah.
This is a massive formation. It stretches from Arizona to parts of southern Canada. So there's a lot of fossils to be found in it. And that includes a lot of different types of sauropods. There's potentially 14
This is
different
great.
species
I'm going to give you the link right
and
now.
9 different genera, all found from the Morrison Formation. So there's just a wide breadth of sauropods in just the Morrison Formation.
Whoop. Yeah, and shoot, a bunch of these. Goodness. Brontosaurus being distinct from Apatosaurus? I'm not necessarily convinced of that. Suacia and Catadocus and Gallimiopus all being distinct from Diplodocus? They might be distinct, but those distinctions might not come from splits in different lineages, like new species splitting off and evolving and going their different directions. It might be a stepwise thing, you know? I'm really, really interested to see some detailed strat work done on the Morrison Formation. Do some zircon dating and stuff, and let's figure out what's going on time-wise. Because it might not be that Suacia and Catadocus and Gallimiopus and Diplodocus all lived at the same time in the same place. Some of this could be ontogeny. Some of it could be taphonomy. Some of it could be allometry. Some of it could be stratigraphy. So here's the thing, when you're looking at dinosaur bones, you're trying to figure out, especially with sauropods that are so large and we often don't have a complete skeleton, you might be working with just a few vertebrae. You're trying to figure out what kind of sauropod is this based on just a handful of vertebrae sometimes. These vertebrae are big. And because they're big, they tend to kind of squash when they get preserved. It's such a big, ungainly thing that when it gets covered by tons of rock, it has a tendency to deform. And just that deformation, that taphonomic process, deformation after burial, that can make it look like it's new and interesting. You can be like, whoa, look at the shape of that vertebra. Is this thing new and different? Oh yeah. Yeah. Sue's skull is a good example of that. There you go, Lenina. Yeah, absolutely. Or her skull, this is the way that it's reconstructed. Like, this is how it's supposed to look, basically. But that's what it looks like in life. Like, after deformation, after crushing. Those taphonomic processes make it look like that, because it got squashed. So, you get the same thing with vertebrae, too. And sometimes the differences that you're looking at between these different sauropods, they're super subtle. And they could be a result of taphonomic distortion like that, or ontogeny, as the animal is growing and maturing. Its bones are changing shape. We know this for a lot of dinosaurs. Those changes can be really dramatic. Sometimes you even just have like individual or sub-individual variation. Or like in the same animal, the right and left sides could be a little bit different. You know? You might have a certain kind of rugosity on the right humerus, and you don't have it on the left humerus. And so if you're pointing to that roughness, that rugosity on the bone to be like, yep, that's a new species, that's not necessarily a good character if it can vary from one side to the other side of the same individual animal, you know? There were some really cool talks at SVP about this with sauropods, looking at variation within the same skeleton, and being like, holy cow, these differences that certain researchers point to as being taxonomically informative, phylogenetically informative, indicative of like, these are different species? Those are not good characteristics to look at, because they can vary in the same individual animal, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. And Casey Stewart says individual variation in critters is something I would think would give more people pause. Yes, but you know, here, we'll go back to an old clip just to, you know, highlight this idea.
Have a big dinosaur and a littler dinosaur. But all they had were big dinosaurs.
Yep.
And it comes down to a couple of things. First off, scientists have egos.
It's true. We do. We're human beings. We have egos. And we like to name things.
And scientists like to name dinosaurs.
Yep.
They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named. And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different. And what happened, of course, is we ended up with a whole bunch of different dinosaurs.
Yep.
In
And we're seeing that today too. We had that new sauropod. It was named just not too long ago. Where was that? Looking back through here, trying to find it. Whoops, that's not what I was trying to do. That new sauropod, new diplodocid sauropod. I don't have the strongest opinion on whether or not that critter is valid, but it's worth talking about for sure. Here we go. New sauropod dinosaur discovered in Wyoming. Ardetosaurus viator. Is it actually new, though? You know? It sheds light on the variability of morphological features in diplodocene sauropods, such as laminar capture in the cervicodorsal transition and laminar transitions in the caudal vertebrae. The specimen preserves a relatively rare first chevron with a peculiar morphology. Anywho, it's an active paleontological electronica. This is, let's see, sweetie pie. Yeah. It's nice that we've got a name to refer to this critter by, but is it actually a new kind of dinosaur? I don't work on sauropods. I don't really have a horse in this fight, so to speak. Yeah. Suffice it to say, that there's a lot that we don't understand about individual variation, taphonomic variation, stratigraphic variation, ontogenetic variation in these critters, and not every single one of those sauropods that's been named in the past 20 years from the Morrison is going to turn out to be valid. Some of those guys are going to get sunk with further study. And we'll see. Anywho. So let's get back to this video here.
There's just a wide breadth of sauropods in just the Morrison Formation. And a lot of researchers then, like I mentioned, have gone, maybe they're not all different species, which makes sense. A lot of these fossils are very fragmentary. And that makes sense when you consider how a fossil actually gets formed. The animal needs to be buried. And you can't just make a fossil by having an animal at the surface start decaying. And when you consider just how big some of these sauropods were, with some of them measuring over 90 feet or 30 meters, it's going to be really hard to get enough dirt to cover up the entire thing. And that means a lot of times
made the same point before. This is great.
Fossilized. And because of this very partial fossilization habit of the sauropods, some researchers have suggested that essentially because there's not a lot of overlap in some of these different animals, they might just be the same animal. Not necessarily the same individual, but the same animal from the same species. And we can't tell that because we don't have the entire thing. A new study tried to resolve at least some of this by looking at a very specific specimen. In fact, the only specimen of the genus and species, Amphicelius altus. A lot of people have suggested that Amphicelius might actually just be a junior synonym. So essentially, it was named something different, but it should actually belong to a genus that was already named, and that's Diplodocus or Diplodocus, depending on how you want to say it. Now, if you're remembering a few years ago, there was some discussion about Amphicelius and it being a different animal. That was a different species of Amphicelius. That was Amphicelius fragimilis, which is now Marapunosaurus fragimilis. There were look at these sketches of that bone.
Yeah, Fragilimus. There's a suggestion that this is actually a Rabachisaur, not a Diplodocid at all. Kerry Woodruff and his team think that the critter is probably just, there was like an error in the original publication by Edward Drinker Cope back in the 1880s, I think. 1878, sorry. Yeah. Anyway, Amphicelius fragilimus is, that's a whole can of worms.
Which is now Marapunosaurus fragimilis. They were able to look at least sketches of that bone because that bone is lost, and recognize it as a new group of sauropods that they had found since it was first described back in the 1800s. So it does help to also go through and understand some of these fossils with new fossils in mind.
I really wonder about that. Again, not a sauropod worker, but
is actually a point in favor of the broader diversity of sauropods in the Morrison Formation. But of course, if Amphicelius altus gets brought back into Diplodocus, then that's a point against it. And what these researchers found...
Anyway, I'll give you the link again so that you can watch the rest of this. But, yeah, is it Benjamin? Was that his name? I'm trying to remember. But, yeah, cool guy. I met him at SVP this year, and, yeah, and he legitimately publishes in paleontology. So he's not a YouTuber. He's a scientist who's also on YouTube, you know? Oh, hello, sweetie pie. Hi. You're just starved for attention. You know, there's people upstairs you could go hang out with, too. Yeah, but you want to be on camera, don't you? You know you're just stealing the show right now. You know you are. My goodness. Anyway, Enracodactylus, great to see you. Hello, hello. I'm glad you could be here. Sweetie Pie's glad you're here, too. Good stuff. Aw, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. What were we talking about before this? Oh, Natalie. The new sauropod, Natalie with a G, from well, it's going up at the LACM, or what we used to call the LACM, the Los Angeles County Museum.
Natalie's unusual color is due to bone infilling during the fossilization process by the green mineral soladonite, It will be the first green dinosaur skeleton to be mounted for display worldwide.
Dinosaurs are a great vehicle for teaching our visitors about the nature of science. And what better than a green 75-foot-long dinosaur to engage them in the process of scientific discovery and make them reflect about the wonder of the world we live in.
And that skull right there looks awful familiar. Not Luis Chiappe's skull, this skull. This isn't Dippy's skull, is it? Shoot. It might be. I'm still working on my Dippy skull 3D print. I haven't painted it yet. But I do have a, well, I can show it to you anyway. It's not going to be the prettiest. But let me grab it. Yeah. So this is a reconstructed Diplodocus skull that I have right here. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Is this the same one that they show right there? It looks awful similar. It really does. Did they just use Dippy's skull? We've got better models of what a Diplodocus skull should look like at this point. But I really think it might be. Here, Sweetie Pie, there we go, thank you. Yeah, I'll try and put it in the same orientation. But yeah, I think that might be it. I think that's just Dippy's skull. I think that's it. Yeah. Huh. It'll be easier once I get this thing all painted, so it's all one uniform color. It'd be easier to make a comparison. But I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Of the world we live in.
Yeah. So, that particular composite skeleton, Natalie, was just unveiled this past weekend, right? Oh, this is from 4 months ago. Huh. Huh. Here we go. On exhibit, green-boned dinosaur. On exhibit in Los Angeles. I guess we just don't have any videos from it yet. You would think there would be something on local news, but maybe not. Maybe we don't have anything on YouTube yet. I'm surprised. Filters. This week, 4 days ago. Alright, let's try this.
A very unique dinosaur is going on display this weekend at the Los Angeles Natural History Museum. Meet Natalie. That's Natalie with a G in front. The fossil is one of a kind because it is the only green-boned dinosaur in the world. The 75-foot sauropod was discovered in Utah's Badlands in 2007. Paleontologists say the long-necked dinosaur lived about 150 million years ago. And they named the fossil Natalie with that silent G because of all the biting gnats in the area where it was discovered. The bones got their greenish tint due to the minerals in the riverbed where the fossils were discovered. So neat.
They weren't discovered in a riverbed. That's not a good way to say that. But let's try this. From the Los Angeles Times. Here we go.
It's green and it's a scientific showstopper.
This is what we were looking for. Excellent. It's just YouTube's algorithm, YouTube search being broken at this point that didn't let us find it right away. Yeah. Yeah. This is from 4 days ago.
Newest icon, Natalie. On November 17th, The Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County will open the NHM Commons, a $75 million expansion of the Exposition Park Museum.
Nice.
When visitors walk into the new Welcome Center, there to greet them will be Natalie, a 75-foot-long, 5-ton fossilized sauropod skeleton discovered by the museum's paleontologists.
5 tons seems awful lightweight. Maybe that's just the weight of the bones.
The first fossil was found in 2007.
And Mikey Like says, that makes me crazy. Me too. I wasn't going to say anything about it because I didn't want to come across as a grammar snob or whatever, but it bugs me too. Something can't be very unique. It either is or it is not. Unique means one of a kind. It doesn't mean special. It means one of a kind. Yeah. Uniqueness is a binary state, says Mikey Like. Something is either unique or it's not unique. There are no gradients of unique. Ugh. Yes. It's true. It's true. Anywho. Yeah.
Paleontologists. The first fossil was found in 2007. Crews from the museum spent more than 10 years at a quarry in southeast Utah unearthing the remains of crocodiles, ankylosaurs, and other late Jurassic creatures.
Did you see that flag there, by the way?
Unearthing the remains of crocodiles, ankylosaurs.
I love that they actually have that going. So that is the California state flag, but instead of a grizzly bear, that's Augustinilophus there, our state dinosaur. California state dinosaur flag. That might be it right there. Yeah. Oh, see? So that's why you watch Paleontologizing, you know? So those little details like that we're able to catch together and discuss in a live broadcast, that's fun. Don't show Uncle Don these tarps here. He would not be happy. He'd be like, they don't know what they're doing. They're shade tarps.
And other late Jurassic creatures. But as they dug, paleontologists
no, it is better,
kept finding
Casey,
pieces
for sure.
of what seemed to be a totally new dinosaur species.
Yeah.
It was a
And Mikey Likes makes a good point. He says, Danny, I'm an infantry soldier who almost didn't graduate high school. It's not grammar snobbery. It's plain language for people like me. I eventually caught up later and got my BA, but still. Well, I appreciate your input there, Mikey Likes. And thank you for helping me feel better about also being a little put off by that improper use of the word unique. Thank you. I got cat hair all over my face. I'm gonna go
category of long-necked, long-tailed herbivores that includes well-known species like Apatosaurus and Diplodocus. Eventually, the dinosaur will have a formal scientific name. In the meantime, museum crews nicknamed it Natalie, after the swarms of gnats that hassled them during the dig. But this dinosaur's story starts long before its discovery. 150 million years, to be exact. When the animals that make up the Natalie skeleton died, their bones washed into a river and were covered up with layers of silt. Over tens of thousands, maybe even millions of years, the soil around those bones compressed and turned to solid rock. As the years passed, organic material in the bone wore away. Water from the surrounding rock crept in and took its place.
Yep. Fossilization.
The area where Natalie's bones were buried was rich in a soft green mineral called selatonite.
Yeah.
That's why these fossils have a unique greenish-brown color, the first green dinosaur on display anywhere in the world.
So again, fossilization. Let's just do a real quick video. This is a classic. If any of you in chat, you're really interested in fossils, you love studying fossils, maybe one day you aspire to become a fossil. Here's how to do it.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
So in the case of Natalie, that diplodocid dinosaur, that new sauropod, probably died out on a floodplain and then well, there were multiple individuals that had bones that contributed to that skeleton. So those individuals probably died out on a floodplain, and then maybe during the dry season, and when the wet season came, you had seasonal flooding that would deposit sediment over those bones.
Step 3. Soak
Here we
in
go.
groundwater for a long,
Here
long
comes
time.
the green part for Natalie.
Groundwater contains minerals.
So the reason why those bones are green is because the particular minerals that seeped into those bones had that property too.
Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yep.
Step 4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you.
Okay,
Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
That's the dream, you know? So, good stuff.
Those bones compressed and turned to solid rock. Up the Natalie skeleton died. Their bones washed into a river and were covered up with layers of silt. Over tens of thousands, maybe even millions of years, the soil around those bones compressed and turned to solid rock. As the years passed, organic material in the bone wore away. Water from the surrounding rock crept in and took its place. The area where Natalie's bones were buried was rich in a soft, green mineral called selatonite.
Yeah.
That's why these fossils have a unique greenish-brown color, the first green dinosaur on display anywhere in the world. There are about 350 bones.
R. Robertson89, welcome to Paleontologizing. They want to know, do you believe in evolution? Believe in evolution? No. Evolution is something that I study. It's something that we observe both in the laboratory and in the fossil record. It's not a matter of belief. It happens. And paleontologists like me study that on the daily, you know? Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any other questions, because science outreach is what I do. That's the whole reason I do these live streams like this. So if you've got questions about evolution, I'll do my best to answer them for you. Yeah. Anyhow, let's continue.
In the Natalie skeleton. 2/3 of them are real fossils, collected from about 5 different animals belonging to this species. For the parts nature didn't preserve so well, fortunately, there's 3D printing. No ticket is needed to visit the Welcome Center.
Oh, very cool. If you're in LA,
Barbara Carrasco's famous mural, treasures
you can see this for free. That's super cool.
And of course, Natalie, LA's very own green dinosaur.
Very, very cool. Yeah. I'll give you a link to this video right here. Los Angeles Times. Excellent. And Mael Free says, what percentage of bones did they really find and will be displayed at the museum? So we can look at footage there and figure it out.
A soft green mineral called selatonite.
So here we go. The skull right there is a cast. I think that's the same one as the Dippy skull replica that I have right here. Holy cow, Snail Chaser. Well, how are you doing? How did your stream go, Snail Chaser? Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's good to see you. For those of you who are watching before the raid, Snail Chaser is one of my oldest and dearest friends. We've known each other since he was in pre-K, I think, and I was in kindergarten. And he streams on Twitch here occasionally, too. If you like video games, go follow Snail Chaser. Anyway, appreciate you, Snail Chaser. It's good to see you. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, and I occasionally will show up in Snail Chaser's chat and maybe eventually on some streams. So definitely give him a follow. I think he'd appreciate that. I'd appreciate that too. Anyway, This skull right here is a reproduction of the Dippy skull cast, the famous Diplodocus specimen. This itself saw a lot of restoration, and it's kind of speculative. I'm pretty sure that's this same one right here. So the skull is not real on the skeleton. This, like, Atlas axis vertebra right here, also not real. But these ones are real. The way that you can tell is they've got these fossil holders around them. You don't do this for a fossil cast or a 3D print. That's the actual bone right there, which is why it's got these little mounting spots around it like that. Here, I'll show you that other clip from RCI. Here we go.
It's basically right on top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements, and make it work was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on.
Yeah. So this is a T-Rex specimen that...
real fossil, which we...
There we go, fossil holder. This is a Tyrannosaurus specimen that I helped pack up when I worked in Montana at Museum of the Rockies. There are a few bones that I helped pack up. I was pushing some of the crates around and stuff. We sent this to Washington, D.C. It's kind of a long story, but I've worked on this individual Tyrannosaurus specimen before. The Wonkel Rex, as we used to call it. MOR 555 was the specimen number. I'm sure the Smithsonian has given it a different specimen number nowadays. But these are actual vertebrae right here. These are the actual fossil bones, and you can tell when you're going to a museum and you want to be able to tell at a glance, is this the actual fossil bone or am I looking at a replica? Look for this. Look for metal armature like this. If you see that, that's the real fossil there. This stuff is really expensive to put together. You wouldn't do this. You wouldn't go through all this effort if it was just a cast, a replica. A cast, a replica, 3D print, whatever. You can just drill holes straight through those. You don't need to have this expensive, custom-fitted armature to hold the bone in place. You can just jam a metal rod through it. So anytime you see that, you're looking at the real bone.
The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the fossil holder.
Oh, cool, salamander. Okay.
Has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them. But it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
There you go. So this one's got a lot of actual real bone there.
It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. And then, of course, all the cracks.
This skull will be a cast. The skull is the one
often the skull is a cast.
Of greatest scientific interest.
On just about any
we want to make that accessible to scientific study. And if we position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for scientists to get at it.
Yeah, so they've got the skull. I think it's still on display at the Smithsonian, but it's in a case at ground level. So, like, if researchers come to study it, they can just take the lucite case off and then you get at it. You don't want it suspended, biting a triceratops. It would be really unwise to put the real skull up there on the real skeleton. So they did like they did with Sue at the Field Museum in Chicago, where the skull is separate but still viewable to the public. Now for Natalie, for this dinosaur here, we can tell this bone right here doesn't have the fossil holder around it. And so, yeah, this one here is not going to be real, but this one is, that one's a reproduction, this one's real, this one's real, this one's real. That one's going to be a reproduction. You don't see, well, no, maybe that's armature right there, actually. Yeah. So a good portion of this is the actual real bone, which is really cool. So that's how you make the difference between real fossils and 3D prints? Yeah, mail-free. We usually don't... If you're seeing a replica of a dinosaur fossil in a museum, it's usually not 3D printed. 3D printing is kind of a new thing, and I do a lot of it here. So my 3D printer is always chugging away over there. Printing an Edmontosaurus skull currently. But at most museums, they do molding and casting instead. Because with 3D printing, you have to have like a high-resolution scan, and then you need to have a big 3D printer. Or if you have a small 3D printer like mine, you need to print it in a bunch of pieces and then glue it together. For a one-off, a 3D print is great. And you can do it on a small budget like I have, you know? You can even do some really cool stuff like, well shoot, you can even do like a whole skeleton if it's small, like my juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton that I have right there. But, yeah, it's time-consuming, and it doesn't work at scale very well. You want to do molds and casts, and I can show you a video about that in a minute if you'd like. But that's, yeah, most of the replicas you see in museums are molds and casts rather than 3D prints. 3D printing doesn't work great for huge things, usually. Especially if you're going to make multiple copies. If you're doing more than one copy, molding and casting is the way to go. Yeah. Anywho. And aren't they mostly commissioned from people like the guy you're visiting in Utah? Yeah, Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Rob Gaston. We visited his studio back in, what was that, August? Early August, I think? Yeah. So anyway, I can tell the scapula on this is probably a cast. I think the ilium might be a cast too, because it doesn't have the armature around it, the fossil holder. But a lot of the rest of these bones are real. Like that femur is a real femur right there. A lot of these look like casts though, the tail vertebrae, because I don't see the armature around them holding them in place. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, molding and casting is something that we talked about a lot here. Playback speed to normal.
Okay. It really depends on the material, so actually,
yeah.
Appreciate the interest.
Yeah, so for those of you who may not be familiar with Rob Gaston, you might be familiar with Gastonia, that polycanthine ankylosaur from the Cedar Mountain Formation.
Yeah.
It's named after Rob Gaston. So, pretty cool to, I don't know. You're in the presence of, you know, somebody pretty great here, so I hope you realize that, everybody watching. We've got 156 people watching right now, right at the beginning, and that'll probably peak up to like 500 or something.
Okay.
So,
good.
Anyway, yeah. Rob, how long have you been doing this?
Well, so mentioning Gastonia, that was my segue into paleontology. I've always been interested in, you know, as a kid, you pick up arrowheads and bits of fossil material, but so I've always had an interest in it, but discovering that was my means into this, and that was right around 1990. So I don't really want to do the math.
Anywho, Rob does really incredible work, and
causing an avalanche. This rib material from My Gap Moore out on the Utah-Colorado
We
line.
drove right by there on the way over.
Yep.
Yeah, Jim pulled off, and he's like, yep, I spent I don't know how many years there.
Yeah. No, so we find one, and we may never find one. So that is kind of interesting and
A real
frustrating.
mean kid. With 6-inch daggers,
Agnator comeback.
he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. At last, a paleontology streamer, extinct peacefully. Agnator, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name's Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And we're just talking about molding and casting and reproducing fossil specimens like this. So here's a link if you or anybody else would like to watch this previous video when we were touring Rob Gaston's studio. here in Fruita, Colorado. Yeah, really, really cool stuff.
What do you go look at?
You want to look at the down in the other building, the Sarcosuchus?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome.
Go down here.
And just check out this workshop here, everybody.
Yeah, so painting and casts everywhere. So as the casts are poured, we start seam chasing, painting, and so the thing to remember about casts is you get a mold, you pour the liquid.
And Murph, thank you for gifting Agnator Comeback. I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you.
Put in and pop it open. That was quick. It just it's kind of like building a house where the framing goes up in a day, and you say, that house is going to be done in a week.
Yeah.
But then all the labor, really starts where you're doing all the seam chasing and filling and little, maybe restoring little bits that didn't come in.
See, this is like we were talking about with the. You just put a metal rod through it if it's a cast.
Seam chasing.
So that vertebra right there, that's like an Allosaurus vertebra. Looks like a theropod vert almost. This is like there's a pre-drilled hole there, so that you can put a metal rod through it. You wouldn't do that with a real fossil, obviously, but you could do it with a cast.
And little, maybe restoring little bits that didn't come out.
I'm very familiar with this from 3D printing. I
Yes,
do a lot of 3D printing
exactly.
at home.
And then the painting is the final step, and then mounting, of course, too.
Can anybody in the chat guess what this critter is right here? Take a look at that long neural spine.
What do you think, chat? Who might that be right there? A big bison, says Murph. You being facetious. So many tall neural spine critters. It's the obvious one. You're overthinking it, everybody. It's from a group of animals that I work on. Spinosaurus. There you go, Casey Snowart. Yes. Yes, indeed. Spinosaurus. Ding, ding, ding. Anywho. I've got a clip saved up about molding and casting. Let me find that for you real quick. There we go. So back in the old days, they would actually mount the real fossils.
When dinosaurs were first mounted for display, the original fossils were used.
Yep.
This meant that a heavy metal framework was necessary to support the weight of the skeleton.
Yep.
Unfortunately, this produced a cumbersome specimen that often sacrificed authenticity in the poses for balance and stability. Even worse, in order to fit the bones onto the armatures, holes were drilled into the fossils, forever damaging them.
Be a big no-no today.
To future...
Rather than mounting or reconstructing the original specimen, what we do oftentimes is
nowadays
cast the bones. In other words, make a plaster or plastic reproduction.
Now here's how that works. In fact, I think we might have a better version of this. Nope. There we go. Higher quality.
In other words, make a plaster or plastic reproduction.
In order to make a
so here's how that works. If you've ever wondered how do you make a mold and a cast of a dinosaur fossil, this is really neat because they kind of walk you through it step by step, you know?
Mold is produced. First, the fossil is set into a base and a plasticine wall is built around the perimeter of the bone to act as a divider between the two halves of the mold, allowing it to be separated later. Guides for pouring spots are then placed, which will leave tunnels through which the cast can be poured later.
Yep. And so they're putting clay on top of this bone right here because they need to be able to make a pour spout. So, like, you can pour the material into there. It'll make sense in a minute.
In order to prevent any distortion caused by the two halves of the mold shifting, registration holes or keys are punched to lock the mold together, ensuring a perfect reproduction of the original fossil.
Yep.
Now that the framework of the mold is complete, a layer of liquid rubber is applied which flows into the cracks and crevices of the fossil and hardens, preserving an exact negative of the original.
So there you go. So you had clay underneath. That was the bottom layer. Is this clay, and then you start painting on the actual rubber here, like polyurethane, latex, whatever you're using to make your mold right there. It'll be like a soft rubbery material. So it starts off as liquid. You paint it onto the surface of the bone, like this.
An exact negative of the original.
It seeps into all the cracks. You get all those nooks and crannies and details there.
Perfect for preserving detail, but because it's too flexible to hold its shape during the pouring of the mold, a rigid fiberglass backing must be applied.
Yep.
Cellophane acts as a separator between the rubber and the fiberglass backing.
Fiberglass is such nasty stuff.
With resin and laid, one over another, until a layer is created half a centimeter thick.
There you go, Arbiter. Yeah, same idea. So there you go. Now you've got one half of the
24 hours later, when the fiberglass is dried, the mold is opened and the original fossil removed.
Yep, and now you repeat the process for the other side. So now you take the fossil, you put it into there, and then you do the same process on the opposite side.
Then, into this completed mold, the cast is poured.
Yep. So now you've got the liquid material, the stuff that'll form the cast. You pour it into there, and yeah.
Finally,
it hardens.
A perfect cast.
You get that. How cool is that? So it's a tremendous amount of work to produce a replica like this. But it's worth it in the long run because you can put it up on display.
The cast is attached in its proper place on the head of the Pachyrhinosaurus.
There you go. It's a young Darren Tanky right there.
Each prepared bone is added to the specimen, one after another, until the skeleton is complete.
Yeah.
The technicians and the paleontologists need to be skilled anatomists to determine exactly where every bone belongs.
Yep.
The scientists at the Royal Tyrrell Museum have had plenty of experience. Over 30 different species of dinosaur have been constructed here.
Very cool stuff. So casts like that, like this parietal bar of this Pachyrhinosaurus, casts like this are super, super valuable as teaching tools. You can put them on display in your museum, paint them whatever color you want, you do whatever. But they can also be really useful for research, too. So here in my office right now, I actually have some casts on loan from a museum in Utah that I'm going to be studying for an upcoming paper that I'm going to be working on with Karen Poole in 2025. Oh, holy cow. Alhazred, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm sorry our raid alerts are not working right now, but I hope you had an excellent stream. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Welcome. Well, let me go grab that cast and show you real quick. Be right back. There we go. Two of them, actually. I've got the ilia of an ornithopod dinosaur. And so these are exact copies of the real thing. You can see the seams, like Rob Gaston was talking about right there. But I'm going to be working on these guys hopefully early next year, and then writing a paper on them. Yeah, the original fossils are, of course, in Utah, and I think maybe also in Colorado at this point. But because we can mold and cast them, I can have replicas right here that I can see and hold, in my hands. I can look at all the fine details and everything. And it's going to be good enough for my purposes. I might also make a trip to look at the original fossils at some point, after I've virtually memorized these ones, But yeah. Anyway. All Hosred and Raiders, welcome, welcome. Pinion Paint says, okay, this is absolutely my new favorite stream. Glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summers, what I present on at scientific conferences, what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are my jam, They're my area of research interest. We've got a bunch of cool new people, I'm sure, who came in with All Hosred, and some from Snail Chaser, and this might be the perfect opportunity to play a quick little welcome video for all of you, and to call forth a good friend of ours by the name of Previously Recorded Danny, yes. He's walking up behind me right now. He knows it's his time to shine. I'm going to turn things over to him real quick, and he's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So, All Hosred, again, I hope you had a wonderful stream, doing some science and tech. Appreciate you bringing everybody in. And I'm going to leave you, briefly, in the very capable hands of Previously Recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, Present Day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm going to level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country. A dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Trirarchuncus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more to all Hosred and Raiders for coming in here. Welcome. Let me know if you've got any questions. That video I made a long time ago, I need to eventually make some more updated ones, but things have been so busy and I've got so many other things going on, it's hard to find the time. But yeah, since then, done a ton of field work. Live on stream from the American West, whether it's Wyoming here, back in June of 2024.
We don't know whether or not our critter here had a big showy crest, but yeah, because the thing is, there's two major groups of duck-billed dinosaurs. It says this is like when you actually see the International Space Station fly overhead. You've read about it, seen videos, etc., but nothing beats seeing the real thing. That's not. Thank you. That's a wonderful comparison. I'm flattered.
If you want to watch fieldwork live, we'll be having some more this summer. Fingers crossed, and maybe some even before then. Maybe some more local stuff here in California. Prior to that. But yeah. Yeah. J.R. Hansen says, why does your background change so much? What do you mean? Well, you mean why do I change out the the stuff in the background every day. I'd like to think it keeps things interesting. It's a reason to come back every day to see how the background is different. I change it according to what we might be talking about in a given day, so, you know, we've got a lot of dinosaur bird evolution stuff for the next couple weeks. So you'll see that reflected in, like, this wonderful Mark Hallett illustration. Or here's Richard Owen, who invented the word dinosaur next to a Dinornis specimen there. Giant flightless bird. Yeah, here's a close-up of that image. That image right there. Put image in new tab. There we go. Yeah, I don't know, as... I thought it was really important to have a background like this, you know, in my office, because I'm trying to show at a glance that what we're doing here on Paleontologizing is real, you know? Rather than having a green screen or something like that, I like to have a real physical background with real actual, you know, like 3D prints of fossils. And even some real fossils here, like this fish from the Green River Formation of Wyoming. That's a real life fossil. But the majority of these things are replicas, because the original...
The paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Majin Vegeta, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I don't know. Paleontology is itself about physical objects, about fossils, about, you know, gathering data in the real world, and I want these broadcasts to be kind of a reflection of that in a way, you know? So yeah.
Most extraordinary group of
Ronfus,
that have ever appeared.
Thanks for the follow.
On this planet.
Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome.
Dinosaurs.
Good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah. It looks amazing. Love that you keep it real, and the explanation is awesome. Thank you, J.R. Henson. I appreciate that. Yeah. I want to show everybody what paleontology is actually like, you know? It's the whole point of this channel. So whether we're, you know, out in the field digging up dinosaurs in real time, or whether I'm back here in the office talking about new fossil discoveries and doing Q&A and stuff, I want that authenticity to be a big part of it, you know? Whether I'm, you know, grabbing journal reprints or books off the shelf to when we're discussing certain topics, you know, I think that authenticity is really important. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. It stores it on the floor. Now I've got a little shelf over here. Who's asking this? May I live free? No, and most of the things that I have are 3D printed anyway. But yeah. Anywho. I do need to build some more shelving in my office here, but yeah. What were we talking about earlier? I don't even remember. We've had so many different tangents and stuff. Did we put together yesterday's print? Not yet, J.R. Hansen. We could maybe... I don't know if I want to do that right now. It's going to require a lot of concentration, and I'm not sure if that would be exciting viewing. Casey Snort says, I imagine that off-screen is just a pile of 3D prints at this point. You're not far off. But they're awaiting painting and finishing. Once painted and finished, I'm going to have places to put them away. But yeah, there is just basically a pile of 3D prints on the floor right now. Yeah. One of these days, I'll do a maybe like a video tour. Maybe, I don't know. I've got to work on my space a little bit more, though, to make it look a little bit more presentable. Yeah. And painting and work streams are never boring. I'd watch it. We'll see. I'm not the best at painting, and I feel like I require a lot of concentration to do that. And if I'm, you know, having a back and forth with chat like this, it's just not going to go well, you know. Yeah. Anyhow. And Agnator says, if you could get one dinosaur as a pet, what species would it be? You mean modern dinosaurs? You mean birds, Agnator? Or are you talking about Mesozoic dinosaurs also? Because if I could have a modern dinosaur as a pet... it might be, might be this one. I've always kind of wanted to have emus, and they are modern dinosaurs. Emus are kind of birds are the only group of surviving dinosaurs that we have. The only dinosaurs that survived that extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous are birds, and it's kind of easy to see when you look at an emu. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. It's a theropod dinosaur. They're so cool. Yeah. But, yeah. As for, Mesozoic dinosaurs, I think I agree with Karen Poole about this.
Prior to that, at what I still call...
Here we go. Here's Karen Poole, resident iguanodont expert.
There we go. Let's see how this looks. And welcome. Karen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi. I'm Dr. Karen Poole. So I study iguanodontian dinosaurs, and in my real job...
Oh, don't spoil it, Lenina.
My real job. But I also teach anatomy like human anatomy to medical students. So I'm kind of down that path in paleontology, heavy into anatomy these days.
Nice. Yeah, and so Karen's been out here doing field work for longer than I have here in the Cedar Mountain Formation.
Yeah,
we did talk about dinosaurs as pets a little bit. She had let's see, show transcript. She made a point that I thought was a good one. Oh goodness. It's not gonna work. Dinosaurs as pets.
Can't throw up, but owls and dogs
is the attachment point for... We didn't really know what it was.
There's been a lot of poaching in this part of Utah, especially.
Yeah.
There was a big news article about that last fall, I think, came out.
Anyway.
Right? Jim was...
Talking about iguanodont dinosaurs.
That we got from the site as my master's thesis, and as I got into it, I was like, oh my god, we don't know anything about these animals, like in terms of phylogeny. I mean, we know a little bit about their biology, and obviously David Norman has done a ton of great work on all of the sort of, European stuff. So Iguanodon itself was originally named from fossils in England.
Yep. Let's see.
Are these sort of, I don't know, I guess you'd call them, and they're cute. And
here we go.
Bryosaurids are in this group, and they don't really have any of that going. They're these sort of like nondescript, small bipedal herbivores. And they're cute. And so here's one argument for Iguanodon.
Here we go.
Right? If we actually had the DNA resources and the technology of Jurassic Park, and we could clone dinosaurs, these are the ones that we should make. They're like this high, right? And I'm talking like Bryosaurus and like, and also sort of like the Speedos, right? These
small-bodied, early diverging ornithischians. Yeah.
So these
used to be called hypsilophodonts.
Yeah. But there's a sort of whole group that's some are inside and some are outside of Iguanodontia itself, but they're these like small bipedal herbivorous animals, right? Like this big. Like, they've got good beaks. They could maybe be a little bit nippy if they wanted to be, but, like, they're not going to kill anyone.
Yeah. Funny enough, that's my standard answer. Anytime somebody asks me, like, what would be a good dinosaur to have as a pet? Good non-avian dinosaur. I usually say Coolindodromeus.
Yeah.
Because it's got all those features you were just mentioning, plus it's fuzzy.
It's fuzzy. Yeah, exactly.
So, this is a nice little image. I'm just going to show them.
Yeah, awesome.
So silhouettes of different iguanodontians like this.
Anyway, Coolindodromeus is my standard answer for like what would make a good pet as a non-bird dinosaur from the Mesozoic. One of these little guys. They're not big, the size of like a medium-sized dog maybe. Scaly tail, scaly limbs. Fuzzy though. We think they had feathers, so we've got preserved filaments that we think are feathers, but there's some sort of fuzzy fuzz that they've got on them. And, I think they'd be maybe kind of cuddly. Coolindodromeus. It's a cool little critter. I'm doing some scritchy scratching there. So, yeah. So they're ornithischians with hard evidence for feathered integument? Yes, indeed, Salamander, yeah. Yes, indeed. I think we might even have photos of some of the... Oh, this is simple English Wikipedia. This is not what we're looking for. There we go. It's hard to see in this photo, but there's bits of matrix that actually show the fossil feathers. Large parts of integument. Imbricated rows of scales on top of its tail, and also a covering of scales branching into feather-like structures, which until its discovery were thought to be exclusive to the theropoda, on the other side of the dinosaur family tree, Saurischia. The feather remains discovered are of 3 types, adding a level of complexity to the evolution of feathers in dinosaurs. So we've got hair-like filaments covering the trunk, neck, and head. They look like the dino fuzz that you see on Sinosauropteryx and kin. The second type is represented by 6 or 7 downwards projecting filaments, up to 1.5 centimeters long, originating from a base plate. They're on the upper arm and thigh. Resemble type 3 feathers of theropods. Third type is unique. It is found on the lower legs and consists of bundles of 6 or 7 ribbon-like structures up to 2 centimeters long. Each ribbon is constructed from about 10 parallel filaments up to 0.1 millimeters wide. So, let's see. There's close-ups from that original publication showing some of these filaments. Super cool. And they look a lot like the filaments that we see on, like, Chinese feathered dinosaurs. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah, I think that's a dinosaur that would make a decent pet, Hope that makes sense. Thanks for the question there, Agnatar. And Dinosaur Dave says, do you know of anything I can put on it to make it more solid? Thylacaleo replica made of plaster. Yes, Dinosaur Dave. Here. I don't know if you can get it down in Straya, but XTC 3D. This is the stuff that I use on my 3D prints. Here. Do we have audio for this? Here. So you use part B right there, you shake it up. It's a 2-to-1 mixture, 2A to 1B. Mix it up like this. And then you paint it over the surface. So it helps smooth the print lines on 3D prints, but I also use it like for our Dippy skull over here. Anytime that I'm doing a big 3D print where I've got gaps in between that I need to fill, I will put water putty in between. But the water putty, it's got almost the same kind of surface texture and brittleness as plaster. And so I paint this over the surface. It gets rid of the print lines on the plastic 3D printed parts. And it also seals in the water putty. So this is what I would recommend.
Paleontologist.
Kaijusaurs, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. So if you can get this in Australia, I would recommend it. There's a link right there to their website. I get it on Amazon here in the States.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
HCF0, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, I actually have some of this on the wish list. Because I always need more of this stuff. But, yeah, there it is right there on the wish list. XTC 3D. I'm always running low on the stuff. It's not the cheapest stuff around, so some of it's a little bit difficult for me to afford, but man, is it worth its weight in gold. It's excellent. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully that helps, Dinosaur Dave. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, and Happy Collie.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Can we wind this month counter back, making me feel old paleo sweetie pie?
Happiest Collie, that's only 48 months. That's, you know, it's almost a whole year. Appreciate you, Collie. Thank you for the ongoing support. It means a lot to me. It really does. And you got the Moon Pie alert. Moon Pie the cat is very elusive. We, oh shoot, we had her recently, didn't we? She was on stream the other day. We actually had a cat trick the other day. All 3 cats in one stream. Yeah, I had a cat trick last week. Is there a clip from that? I'd love to be able to show that off. But yeah. I also need to be making some more cold open videos with more clips. That's something I'm going to be working on relatively soon. Anywho. It looks like a slow-dry paintable resin. There's probably a lot of alternatives that are cheaper for not including 3D in its name. Guzaway, if there are, I'm all ears. I'd love to hear about them. And what is this? Dinosaur Dave? Well, well, well.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway.
What could this be?
Oh, really?
Oh.
I wasted $5 on these.
Thanks. Have some bits. I'll order
Thanks
it
for the
now.
bits.
It's a special replica from an unpublished miniature Thylacoleo that is yet to be published. Laughing face.
Very, very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Well, I hope it goes well. Yeah, post some pictures in the Discord or put them up on Blue Sky when you're done. I'd love to see that. And the cool thing about this is that it's also, it's sandable, it's paintable, it's good stuff. Yeah. There might be other kinds of epoxy resin that might work equally as well, but I haven't tried them. I know that this stuff works. So I could definitely recommend it. But I'm not a chemist. There are probably other kinds of like epoxy coatings like this. It might work even better on plastic, but I haven't tried them. Tried this, and it works. It's good stuff. Yeah, and no VOCs, phthalates, or phosphates. That's pretty cool. Oh, and you can paint it over other stuff too? It offers an easy way to enrich the appearance of your delicate fabric arrangements. There we go. Dinosaur skull. Tyrannosaurus right there. I think this is that... It's like a shower head, right? Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho. Bird from that command. What do you mean, Lenina? Am I missing something? Oh yeah, we'll take that off of there. Let me do that right now. Before I forget. Come on, Nightbug. Chat. Where's the login thing? That's irritating. I might have to do this later. They've changed their interface, and I don't know how to log in now. And it's automatically logged me out. Support? No. Our products? No. Features? No. Whatever. Figure this out later. But yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Excuse me. We were talking about Bavaria earlier. Our new pterosaur that we were talking about is from Bavaria. We were talking about dinosaur bird origins. We might just go ahead and continue watching that video. I think we might as well. So let's go ahead and do that. For some of you, this is going to be a little intro sequence full of nostalgia. I always get the, gets me right in the feelings. This intro right here. The theme song in particular.
They call it Deinonychus, terrible claw. Imagine the nightmare. 100 million years ago, this was the greatest killing machine on Earth. Now imagine the nightmare is not over.
Oh boy.
What if it escaped extinction and stowed away to the future? Behold, the dinosaurs of the modern world.
Yep. Paleo World. Love this song. Dude, as a kid, growing up, this was the coolest show in the world, and I would, any opportunity I would get to watch this, I would jump at the chance. My family had like a basic digital cable kind of package, but occasionally we would get free previews of the Science Channel for like 1 week. You can watch everything on the Science Channel. And so I used to like look this up in the TV guide, and sometimes I'd get up at like 2 in the morning to catch this on the Science Channel. And I remember just this theme song still evokes these feelings. Like, you know what? One day I'm going to be out there digging up fossils, studying extinct organisms. I'm going to be a paleontologist someday. I know I am. Turtle, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Oh, man. The Paleo World theme song is, it's something. And Patrick Crusader...
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Thank you for the 18 months of support, Patrick Crusader. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air and helping put food on the table of this paleontology. It means a lot to me. Yeah.
170 million years ago, an ancient lagoon stretched across this Wyoming plain. As time sapped it of its
We watched this part already.
Died a gradual death. But what secrets did the lagoon take with it? Larry Martin of the University of Kansas has come here in search of those secrets.
So this is a really, really interesting time capsule here. And I like to show this before Thanksgiving here in the U.S. Turkey Day. You'll see why in a little bit. There's a Thanksgiving sequence in this. But Turkey Day in the U.S., Thanksgiving Day, is when a lot of people in the U.S. eat turkey. This somewhat large, mostly flightless, some would say mostly tasteless as well, galliform bird. Turkeys are endemic to North America, kind of synonymous with Thanksgiving for Americans. The reason I'm bringing this up is that that's the one day of the year when people are like, many Americans are focusing their attention on this bird carcass. It sits there on their table, and you may not realize it, but as you're dissecting it, you are studying dinosaur anatomy. Birds are living dinosaurs, as we now understand. And the proof is in the pudding, or rather in the osteology, in the musculature, and every other aspect of its anatomy. This documentary, this episode of Paleo World from the Dinos in the Air. Is this from the late 90s or the early 2000s? I'm not sure. Somebody can look it up. The episode is called Dinos in the Air. IMDb should tell you when it premiered, when it first aired. But this is like an interesting time capsule because this is the very tail end of this debate of whether or not birds evolved from dinosaurs. Spoiler alert, nowadays we recognize they did. We've got literally hundreds of lines of evidence that show that birds trace their ancestry back to small feathered meat-eating predatory dinosaurs, theropods. But this documentary was produced at a time when that was still disputed. And Larry Martin was one of the people who was vehemently against this idea. He was not convinced by it. And he wouldn't be convinced even after there were feathered dinosaurs discovered. I think he basically went to his deathbed in 2013 saying, no, birds didn't evolve from dinosaurs. That's a whole interesting discussion in and of itself, this idea that, like, science progresses one funeral at a time. It feels almost disrespectful to say that. Touch me about Larry Martin here, who was well respected in other areas of paleontology. He studied saber-toothed cats and fossil mammals. His ideas about bird origins have not stood the test of time, though. So anyway, this is an interesting watch. This is just before all these feathered dinosaurs started being published out of China, and suddenly, bam, there you go, smoking gun. Dinosaurs had feathers. Birds can trace their origin back to dinosaurs. This is before that happened. Back when you could still argue in a respectable way that birds did not evolve from dinosaurs. 1995. Yeah, so shoot, this is the same year that Sinosauropteryx was first discovered. it was the year after this that news of that started to break. So it really was. This is the very last year, basically, where you can still argue convincingly that birds, maybe they didn't evolve from dinosaurs. After this, it was all over for Larry Martin's
He
ideas.
believes that hidden in this lagoon is something he's been looking for nearly a decade.
And there you go, chat username,
of an ancient bird.
Cobra even says, I mean, if they aren't coming from dinosaurs, what are people thinking that they came from? We'll talk about that. It's what we would call a ghost lineage. We're like, oh, for some reason, all of these fossils are missing. And birds must have evolved from a small, almost crocodile-like animal. Like an ornithosuchian or something. Yeah.
What he finds could unlock a mystery that has dogged and divided paleontologists for over a century.
Yeah.
Did birds evolve from some ancient unknown creature 200 million years ago?
And maybe the sea is regressing and we're getting closer to the shore.
Or is the truth more fantastic?
Oh, maybe about a foot down.
Are they related to dinosaurs?
And Larry Martin would argue, yes, they're related to dinosaurs, but they're not exactly dinosaurs, birds. That would be Larry Martin's argument. So that narration is that's not super well written, unfortunately. The question is, did birds evolve directly from dinosaurs or from one of the earlier ancestors that they share with dinosaurs? That was the question.
I don't think that anybody has any real evidence to prove that birds are derived from dinosaurs. Birds evolved from reptiles separately from dinosaurs. They have their own separate lineage.
So that's what people like Larry Martin, I think Alan Fiducia might still believe this. I think he's still around. But there's like a very small group of scientists. It's actually brought up in this book over here. Let me grab it. It's a book by Mark Norell called Unearthing the Dragon, The Great Feathered Dinosaur Discovery. I'd recommend it. Very kind of arty book. Lots of interesting photography in it. Beautiful, photos of fossil specimens. And then a bunch of other stuff, too. Yeah. But in this, Mark Norell talks about band, B-A-N-D. Birds are not dinosaurs. Oh man, I'm missing part of the index here. I want to get another copy of this book that's intact, where the binding hasn't broken, but this is how it arrived when I got it. Let's see. Band, birds are not dinosaurs. 218 to 219 and 232 to 235. There we go. So Mark Norell writes, the discovery of feathered dinosaurs should have laid to rest any lingering doubts about the link between non-avian dinosaurs and avians. In fact, many in the academic community, especially ornithologists, scientists who study living birds and are largely unfamiliar with the paleontological literature, changed their minds, as all scientists must occasionally do, and recanted their previous support for alternative theories. Nevertheless, right after the first G-hole specimens, these are ones from a particular spot in China, were collected, a few paleontologists who, with Taliban-like zeal, believe it is not possible for birds to find their ancestry in theropod dinosaurs, were quick to reject this new evidence. Some of this group formed a loose association that has been given the acronym BAND, B-A-N-D, for Birds Are Not Dinosaurs. BAND adherents have deployed a cottage industry of naysaying and incredulity. Not large in number, band members are noteworthy for their obstreperous, evolving rhetoric and their failure to observe modern scientific methods. Some of the most depressing days are ones that I've had to deal with the feeding frenzy of misinformation and bad science chummed up by band around almost every discovery that is made concerning bird origins and feathered dinosaurs. He's really not pulling any punches here. It is not as if these guys are stupid, or that on occasion band members have not made contributions, yet most of their comments have nothing to do with science. I feel as if many of the papers written by band members should carry the prelude to one of the television shows I grew up with. There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summits of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. The Twilight Zone, however, displayed more variety in its creativity. The most outspoken members of band include Larry Martin, a paleontologist at the University of Kansas, and one of the 4 Americans on the Academy of Natural Sciences panel that announced the discovery of the Liaoning fossils. Storrs Olson, a Smithsonian Institution ornithologist whose research focuses on fossils from the recent past, and who sat with me on a panel investigating the Archaeoraptor affair. Alan Fiducia, whom I mentioned earlier, an ornithologist from North Carolina State University, and John Rubin, a zoologist at Oregon State University. Anywho, this kind of talks about this a little bit more, and I'm glad that we've got more details here than I remember. This is good stuff. We'll be diving back into this in the next couple weeks. But for now, here's Larry Martin arguing back in the early 1990s, before the discovery of these feathered dinosaurs, that birds couldn't have come from dinosaurs. Naked Snaked One, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. But anyway, Lamp says, do band members also think dinosaurs were too big to walk? No. Like, Larry Martin was a respected scientist. He just had some kind of bizarre ideas about bird origins.
The proof lies somewhere in the fossil record. These limestone beds are a natural library. Sediment laid down in the lagoon over millions of years. Recorded life day by day, page by page.
And Rhacodactylus makes a really important point. I'm glad you're here, Reiko. You can be a good scientist and still be wrong about some things. Even some important things. Yep. And Larry Martin, in particular, was very well respected by, his fossil mammal colleagues,
All right, now, what we have here is a natural book. It's a very thin-bedded lithographic limestone. We can see that there are individual pages here.
Anyway, we looked at this earlier today. Same clip.
We don't know how much time there is between the pages, maybe only a day. Possibly as much as a year. Certainly not much more than that. But the point is that we can go through this very much the way that you read a book. We can split open these pages. Oh, maybe remove a chapter, like so. And then we can come down here and we can look at this, and we're able to read it page by page, you see, just like a book. And on this particular page, we find a lot of some of these shore bugs. One
there we
there.
go. So Larry Martin's looking for fossil birds in these deposits.
Oh, a couple there.
Because he thinks birds predate Archaeopteryx.
And that's what's so good about this locality. We're getting lots and lots of these insects. And that's really great because that tells me that I'm real close to shore. And if I'm real close to shore, I might get my bird.
Some ASMR right there.
This is a game of chance. But chance is how the story first began.
Yep. Good old
In
Archaeopteryx.
1877, workers in a German limestone quarry stumbled upon a creature caught in time. Although the fossil was 150 million years old, the details were breathtaking.
It really is
It had a
astonishing.
long, bony tail, a bird-like mouth with reptilian teeth, and claws on the tip of what looked like a wing.
Yep.
But what startled scientists was the clear impression of feathers. Called Archaeopteryx or ancient feather, here was a mythological creature, half bird, half reptile.
So we'd known that birds evolved from some kind of reptile. The question is, what kind? And, yeah. Anywho, here's my 3D print of the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx right here. Yeah, pretty excited about that. What's our music? There we go. I could just keep this up for the next 2 weeks on the office wall, but I do like changing things out here. So. But yeah. And you've seen the original in Berlin, Muscari? It's incredible. I've never seen it myself, but I've got friends who have, and they said they were in tears. Just incredible, incredible, incredible specimen.
Thomas Huxley, Darwin's right-hand man, was determined to put the science behind the myth. If birds were related to reptiles, there had to be an intermediate creature, a missing link between the two. Huxley was convinced it was a dinosaur. He based his theory on several remarkable similarities. Birds walk on two legs, so did fast meat-eating dinosaurs. Both have hollow bones. Both have 3 toes pointing forward, with the main toe pointing backward. And both share the same unique ankle joint and the same hip bone. In some dinosaurs, it's turned around exactly as in birds.
Yeah, like for instance in Velociraptor. Actual Education, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. How did your stream go? What were you doing? Some just chatting. Hope it was excellent. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about the evolution of birds from dinosaur ancestors. So, this old documentary from 1995 is explaining this. They didn't know the half of it, though, back then. This is a little printable diagram that I put together a couple years back, which you can download and print if you live in the US. If you celebrate Thanksgiving, and you might have a turkey carcass on your table for that, filled with all of these wonderful bones that show the signature of their dinosaurian ancestry. So here I've got all these numbered bits right here: lightweight bones, bipedal stance, upper arm, hip structure, 3-digit hand, feathers, wrist bones, and wishbone. Those are just a handful of the different features shared between birds and their dinosaur ancestors. This is how we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, is by studying their skeletons. And also, now we've got feathered dinosaur fossils, so it's like, well, shoot. If feathers used to be exclusively a bird thing, and then we start finding fully developed, like, flight feathers in dinosaurs, like Velociraptor, well, what does that tell us? Shoot. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, perfect for Thanksgiving. That's why I designed it like this. And I wanted to make it black and white, so it's really easily printable. So yeah. Yeah. This is pretty cool. It even got me, it got the attention of some media groups. Let's see. Here we go. I was on Irish radio talking about this.
The Pat Kenny Show on News Talk.
With Matter Private Network. During current restrictions, don't ignore your health concerns.
Here, I'll give you a link.
Our expert team is ready to help.
The excitement is building, Santa letters are written, presents are wrapped, and soon kitchens around the country will
This
be
is for
busy
Christmas, I
preparing
guess.
a Christmas feast of roast ham,
They don't really do
honey-glazed
Thanksgiving in
carrots,
Ireland.
roast potatoes, and dinosaur. Yes, I did say dinosaur. And did you know that nearly all of the features of today's birds, everything from their specialized lungs to their characteristic feathers are actually just evolutionary hand-me-downs from their theropod dinosaur ancestors. Now, to
I like that
explain these
you
interesting
rephrase some of this.
facts,
This is good.
as you sit down for your Christmas dinner, I'm joined by Danny Andusa, an American paleontologist whose research focuses on dinosaur anatomy, evolution, and behavior. Danny, good morning and welcome.
Good morning to you too, Pat. Thanks for having me on.
Terrible. I'm fascinated
phone
that
connection
what
there.
we put on our Christmas table could actually be pretty directly related to the dinosaurs. Please explain.
We've recognized for a while now, there's a general consensus among paleontologists.
So they told me we were going to do like a video call at first.
In general, that birds are the direct descendants of dinosaurs.
And so I had like, my audio gear all set up, and I had made sure that everything was tuned properly for the best audio quality. And then I'm like getting ready to do this video interview with them. And then they just call me on the phone. And the connection was terrible. Yeah, they don't have you a Zoom call or something at least, says Casey. That was the plan. And that's why I had 3D printed a T-Rex wishbone to be able to use during the call. And I had painted the Archaeopteryx like all nice and pretty, made sure it was, it all looked good. And yeah. Anyway, they used to have that here on the site. They had some of my photos, and then I think they took them off for some reason. They moved to a new server. I don't know. But yeah, if you want to listen to the whole thing, there's a link to it right there. Oh, does it start from the beginning after you press that? I don't like this interface. Anyhow. Yeah. But that was a lot of fun. Anyway, I got to make sure I reshare this on Blue Sky actually, because I think people will really like it. I'd like to see wide distribution for this. I made this. Maybe I should look into like a Wikimedia Commons, Creative Commons license. Slap it on here. That would be cool. But I want to make sure that this, people can use this for educational purposes if they want to. Because it's pretty cool. It's fun stuff.
Like this. It may be something that's never been seen.
Hey, Harry Haywire, how are you doing? Hello. Anywho. Yeah, that's what they were talking about back in the 90s with this.
Huxley was convinced it was a dinosaur. He based his theory on several remarkable similarities.
Yeah.
Birds walk on two legs, so did fast meat-eating dinosaurs.
Yep.
Both have hollow bones. Both have 3 toes pointing forward, with the main toe pointing backward. And both share the same unique ankle joint and the same hip bone. In some dinosaurs, it's turned around exactly as in birds.
Yep. In fact, this is in, they even talk about this back in 1993 in Jurassic Park, remember? There we go. Remember this? Anyway, this sort of thing doesn't actually work in real life, but we don't have sonic imaging like this. It doesn't work. Anyway, here. So this was still controversial back in the early 90s. There's the hips there. Anywho, yeah. A lot of those same points are being repeated right here.
Huxley's argument, though compelling, fell out of favor for lack of evidence. But nearly a century later, it would reappear with a vengeance. Deinonychus. The name means terrible claw. 5 feet.
By the way, this is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. We did a whole stream about that a little while ago. But the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park, actually Deinonychus. When was this? 100 years of Velociraptor. There we go. Selection, the very philosophy of science itself. Answering as many questions as I can and trying to give you a sneak peek into how fossil science works, you know? As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Some of you were here for those, anyhow. Velociraptor. Since Velociraptor was named in 1924, Deinonychus way later in 1969, Velociraptor has priority. And so, rather than calling it Deinonychus anteropus, he sinks it into the genus Velociraptor, so Velociraptor anteropus is what he called it. And that is the name in the Jurassic Park novel. This is probably the only place where this was ever published beforehand. Velociraptor anteropus is in this book. Yep. And then it shows up in... Anywho, you got the link. You can watch the rest of that if you'd like to. But, yeah. Salamanders is more like a wonderful claw. Well, terrible in the sense that it's like awesome, fearsome, commanding respect. You know? Yeah. Deinonychus, the terrible claw.
Deinonychus. The name means terrible claw. 5 feet tall and 12 feet long, fast-moving and merciless, it killed like a kickboxer with a switchblade. Discovered in 1970 by paleontologist John Ostrom.
It wasn't discovered in 1970. So John Ostrom's crew, maybe John Ostrom himself, discovered it in either 64 or 65. I think it was 65. Published it in 1969. And then I think the big monograph describing the whole skeleton, the big like banner publication after the initial short publication, the big comprehensive one was in 1970.
Of Yale University.
Yeah.
Its potential to kill was obvious, but its anatomy was even more startling. On a chance visit to Amsterdam, Ostrom was able to examine one of the rare examples of Archaeopteryx. What he saw was a clear echo of Deinonychus. Except for the difference in size, the fingers and claws of Deinonychus and Archaeopteryx seemed almost identical.
Yep.
The scientific community reeled at the evidence.
Pretty cool.
Could birds really be dinosaurs? Did Deinonychus escape extinction and stow away to the future? After a century, the debate would once again ignite the scientific world. If birds are dinosaurs, then the evidence is all around us.
Yep.
For paleontologist Bob Bacher of the University of Wyoming
Emus, emus. There's those emus again, Salamander, yep.
Form a living link with the past.
What you see before you is your dinosaurian head and neck working, that graceful S-shaped curve going bazap, bazap, bazap. Lightweight neck, full of air. Air passages in the head and along the neck, right into the torso. The dark spot behind the eye is the eardrum, bigger than ours. Pretty good, too, for picking up most frequencies. The eyes, though, are better than ours. They see a wider range of colors. Dinosaur eyes would be like that. And the brain? Well, the brain in that emu...
Paleonates, yes, indeed, static life photo. Yeah.
Medium-sized raptor. pretty intelligent, the smartest animal in its world in the Cretaceous, at least. It's not exaggeration to say we're still in the age of dinosaurs because there are 9,300 species of birds in the world.
I'm sorry, how many different species? How many was that?
Over 9,000!
Yeah.
Age of dinosaurs because there are 9,300 species of birds in the world. Every one of them a direct descendant of a small raptor-like dino.
For Bakker, the bird family tree is no mystery.
Yeah.
From early cold-blooded reptiles came the first dinosaurs. Then came the fast...
Actually, the ancestors, the direct ancestors of dinosaurs, we think were probably endothermic. They probably were warm-blooded. So, which would make the very first dinosaurs warm-blooded as well. There's numerous lines of evidence that all seem to be kind of converging on the same conclusion that dinosaurs ancestrally were warm-blooded. And if there were any cold-blooded dinosaurs later on, that's because they specifically, like they've evolved in that direction. That was a special new adaptation. Oh yeah, dinosaurs ancestrally were probably warm-blooded.
Two-legged raptors. From them evolved creatures like Archaeopteryx, leading directly to modern birds.
Yeah, and
if Bakker's right, Thanksgiving will never be the same.
Okay. I love to do this. I do this every Thanksgiving.
So, we'll watch this another time. Because it's about time for me to wrap up this broadcast, so we'll do Bakker's Thanksgiving Deinonychus spiel maybe tomorrow. But right now, we're going to wrap things up. So let's throw a Deinonychus under our credits as we wrap up here. And let's find somebody to raid into, shall we? Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can continue the science with a raid here. Who else is on right now? Let's see. Oh, Science Streams is on for Tinker Tuesday. Oh, although starting in 5 minutes. Shoot, where are our credits? Come on, Streamlabs. You can do it. There we go. Let's go raid Science Streams, shall we? I know it's a little early, but that's okay. Everybody, thank you so much for everything today. New followers, thanks for coming in and clicking that follow button. Raiders, thank you for joining us after your stream. I hope it felt like a good choice today. I try and be a welcoming, landing pad for raids, so thank you for that. Subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers and gifters, thank you for supporting this channel financially. Thank you for helping me make this my full-time job. It's an honor to be able to bring you science outreach 4 days a week, and I'm looking forward to doing that throughout the end of this year and throughout next year as well. Thank you, moderators, for helping keep this train on its tracks, as you always do. I really appreciate just keeping this a family-friendly, welcoming community for everybody. Appreciate it very much. Anyway, with that being said, our timer's running out. Let's go raid into Science Streams. I'll see you there, and I'll see you tomorrow too, everybody.